Part 1, Curious Encounters. Chapter 1, Born Loser. Snake Eyes Shorty. Looks like you owe me. The orc's putrid breath blew in her face. His cocksure grin gave a good view of his two long tusks. You're a piss-poor gambler and a worse liar. We both know you cheated, responded the small lady. She scooped up the dice before the orc could react. They rolled on the alley's stone floor, stopping suddenly when a single dot faced upward on each. Would you look at that? The orc rose up, casting a long shadow over the short woman. His broad shoulders brushed both sides of the narrow alley. Don't get uppity, 'cause you lost. A crossbreed like you should be happy to even play. Now pay up or you'll spend some time with my buddies in the bee. He bent down and extended an upturned palm. I know folks in these slums too. She reached into a pocket. And don't insult my race if you know what's good for you. I'm trying to run a legitimate little business here. I don't appreciate the criticism from half-pints. He cracked his knuckles. Pull out that coin purse before I have to take it from you. Her reply came with a fistful of sand. Sorry, but I've got an appointment in the noble quarter. By the time the orc cleaned his eyes, she had disappeared into the distance. She vaulted over carts and slipped by pedestrians on Cimasla's stone streets. Crossing the canal, she made a beeline for the Leonius estate, home of the richest person in the city. Hard to believe a tip this good, but I can't pass up the chance to grab some gems. My retirement starts tomorrow. She smirked in spite of herself. Must be my lucky day. Stunned by the lack of security, she passed the estate's outer wall with ease. Surveillance out for repairs and guards on vacation. Everything's matching up so far. Can't believe that oaf spilled the details over a game of dice. Serves him right. Almost makes me sorry for his source. The tip's insight led her up a flight of stairs and into a large guest room. She slipped a strip of metal into the keyhole, moving it until the door slowly swung open. After confirming the room was unoccupied, she started tearing through boxes and bedsheets. To her dismay, there wasn't a coin or gem anywhere to be found. Her search screeched to a halt when she heard metal boots and saw lantern light creeping under the door. City guards threw open the door in time to see a silhouette smashing through the second-story window. Clearing the estate's walls, she fled into the slums. Empty, all empty. Visions of bare shelves and gemless drawers raced through her head. The wallets were missing and the cabinets were ransacked. Convenient that I showed up just in time to get caught. The woman glanced to either side before diving into a narrow alleyway. With the help of a dark cloak, her drab-brown skin melted into the shadows. Though stocky, she moved with the speed and stealth of a hunted animal. Her wide feet quietly maneuvered around puddles on the damp ground. She snuck into a small shack, carefully closing the door behind her. Making her way across the room, she ducked through a cloth curtain. Behind it was a dim, sprawling chamber. The massive space was somehow concealed in a shack half its size. Thick streams of incense smoke hung in the air. Shelves lined the wall, each stacked with a different enchanted item, glowing blades, living cards, and blighted beasts. The shelves' contents were held in stasis by lines of orange gemstones. The room's far end was packed with circular cushioned chairs. Sitting on one of these seats was a middle-aged woman. The low lighting obscured her features, but her proportions identified her as a human. "Are you Mother Mercy?" asked the visitor. A slow, raspy voice responded, "My business is giving second chances. Information is my currency. Explain your past and I'll help you escape it. My name is Gold Dronkerart Lux, and my business is burglary, was burglary." She shifted nervously in place. Mother blinked slowly. "I'll need more than that, dear, much more. Tell me about your family. Why can't they help you?" "I don't know my parents. If I did, they'd get comeuppance for birthing a freak and dropping it in the streets." "A freak?" inquired the sitting lady. Gol removed a dark hood, revealing pointed tusks flanking her thick lips. Drab brown skin stretched across her stout frame. Half dwarf and half orc, half stuck-up and half obnoxious. All alone. She raked 4 fingers through her utilitarian black hair, sighing. Shifting in her seat, Mother Mercy wondered aloud, surely this life didn't leave you completely alone. Got nobody I'd call a friend? The dwarf orc paused. Actually, I did have infrequent business dealings with a trusting tiefling. Our shared history and his good nature made for an easy source of income when times were tight. That patsy was also good at talking me out of trouble. A grin sparkled onto the lady's face. I love to see the monstrous races sticking to their own. Yeah, sure. Gol shook off the statement with the indifference of someone who's heard much, much worse. Recently he came to me for advice, rambling about ringing in his horns and images in his head. Took some copper coins for the consultation and haven't seen him since. Word on the street says he's gearing up to find some kind of jewel. Interest piqued, Mother Mercy leaned in with hands steepled. What sort of jewel? Gol shrugged. Wasn't paying much attention. Really wish I had a fall guy like him now, though. This noble house heist was a bust. Worse still, I'm taking the rap for their empty coffers. Which noble house, dear? Scarlet Stone? Gem Founder? Earth Salts? Her pointed nose inched towards the dwarf orc as she presented each option. Big money, House Leonius. Gol bit her lip in frustration. I knew I shouldn't have trusted that lead. If I ever find who's behind this, I'll knock their head off. She kicked a chair leg in frustration. Now I'm on the run, just looking for a way to turn a quick coin. Gol breathed out, visibly deflating. Mentally exhausted, she slid into a chair next to Mother Mercy. This may take a while, sweetie. Enjoy a pastry and calm your nerves. She waved a hand toward a small end table housing a square platter of sweets. Each one was a tight spiral of dough decorated with spices and dried fruits. Gol nibbled nervously as she watched Mother Mercy search the shelves. Eventually the lady took a small box and laid it on the dwarf orc's lap. Inside is the key to your future. Gol opened it to find odd-smelling powders and colorful vials. There was a loud thud as the lady dropped a burlap sack next to the dwarf orc. And here's what you'll need to bury your past. By the time Gol left the shop, the sun was setting. Its red rays were barely visible over Cimasla's city walls. The occasional beam bounced off her newly dyed red hair. 2 short swords and a sack of supplies were tucked underneath her cloak. The cloak also hid a set of riveted leather armor made from a flexible brigandine cuirass and reinforced leggings. Gol rushed towards the city's main gate, leaping across canals and slipping through shadowy backstreets. Buzzing with anticipation, she thought, I'll leave town and lay low. Before long, nobody will remember what I look like. Just short of Cimasla's entrance, she saw a man struggling to carry an overstuffed pack. If I had the time, I'd lighten his load. Gol chuckled to herself. But I gotta put this city behind me, and quick. The man surprised Gol by dropping his pack on the ground. Mumbling and raising his knees, he danced around it. Bewildered, Gol's hazel eyes followed the man's movements. Horns started at the peak of his head, closely following ashy black hair before tightly coiling near pale vermilion ears. That red skin occasionally peeked out from underneath his warm traveling clothes as he hopped around. His inhuman appearance was accentuated by a thick tail and pupil-less gold eyes. Gol inched closer, musing, you don't see many tieflings leaving town, and they're usually not dumb enough to catch people's attention. Cimasla's got some open-minded folks, but a dancing demon child will get a jail cell if they're lucky. Her thoughts were punctured by the sudden levitation of the man's supplies. A translucent 3-foot-wide disc rose up, lifting the pack into the air. It rose a few feet and then stopped around chest height. As the man strolled away, realization dawned on Gol. She sprinted out the city gate, meeting the tiefling on an uneven dirt road. Her momentum carried her into the red man, knocking him down. Philanthropy, my old pal. I heard you were searching for gems. The tiefling coughed out, spare me the sales pitch and just call me Phil. His spindly arms strained to push Goal off of him. I love seeing friends helping friends, so prove you're a pal and stop crushing me. Goal stood up and shot out a hand. Let me help you up, pal. Appreciate it, but I'll warn you, I don't have any money left on me. Every silver, gold, and copper coin went into this gear. Phil whipped his tail in the direction of the floating bags. Goal shook her head, wagging a finger in Phil's face. Don't you worry about money. That sob story of yours really got to me. What made you change your mind and your hair? The tiefling stared at Goal's head, squinting. I'll tell you on the road. It's a bit of a long story. Chapter 2, Silver Dragon Struggle. Takal pushed her way out the church's front doors. Frustration burned in her pale blue eyes. Her clawed fingers balled into a fist and slammed against the side of the building. I will no longer preach virtue. I will practice it. She stomped down Cimasla's stone streets, disrupting puddles on her way to the commercial district. Water splashed onto her scaly silver skin with every heavy step. Priest's clothes struggled to cover her 6-foot-tall body. Her deep voice boomed, flooding Cimasla's streets with complaints. I am a dragonborn. A proud servant of the Golden Father. Divine Oromud, I swear by your name to crush complacency and cruelty. No longer will I waste my days excusing sins and soothing the consciences of the corrupt. An upset snort escaped her square snout, creating a cool mist. Takal took a sturdy wooden bridge over the canal separating Cimasla's residential and commercial districts. As she moved into bustling streets, her complaints retreated into her head. I may lack a dragon's wings or tail, but I have a dragon's pride. By Oromud, a silver dragon's ice flows through my veins. I cannot waste my life in the clergy, content with watching exploitation. The commercial district unfolded in front of Takal. She noted stalls selling porous fruit and honeyed meat. Others had poultry and spices. None of these caught the Dragonborn's attention, so she stormed past them, still rationalizing. Righteousness is crushing the cruel. Propping up the weak only gives villains an easier target. I'll strike down evil and anyone complacent in cruelty. Suddenly noticing her destination, Takal turned toward a weaponsmith's store. The hammering of an anvil was audible from outside. She ducked down to avoid hitting her head on the doorway. Once inside, she rapidly surveyed the shop, snout traveling in a circle as she scanned the available products. Hammer clanging was interrupted by a gruff voice, a priest, eh? And a scaly one at that. Dragons don't need armor and priests don't need weapons. I'd suggest a different forge if ye need a new holy symbol. Takal looked down to see a stocky man. His face was dominated by a bushy beard. The only significant skin showing was a bulbous nose and rosy cheeks. She cleared her throat, would like armor and weapons. I intend to leave Cimasla. The dwarf responded in a gravelly voice, if it'll get ye out of town, good. I just got some fine steel from House Leonius. What can you pay? Takal dropped a small sack on the countertop. Months of odd jobs and eating stale bread had earned the Dragonborn these modest savings. The dwarf sorted the coins into neat stacks and pushed a column of copper back into the bag. At this price, I can outfit ye with splint. The cost'll cover a weapon and shield. Take the rest and spend it anywhere else. Can't work with ye breathing fire down my neck. Takal left her dimensions and took the change. Before departing, she spent time trialing weapons. She noted the feeling of their weight in her hand, imagining the sensation of swinging and striking with each. Her final choice was a morningstar and a plain shield. The shield was made of wood with a steel rim riveted to it. The morningstar was made of a sturdy wooden shaft and a heavy iron ball. Metal spikes protruded from all angles, giving the weapon a frightening appearance. Satisfied, Takal laid her choices on the counter and crossed the street. She found a modest wooden building. A gaudy hand-painted sign over the door read, Drainard Emporium for Travelers. Takal was ushered in by an average man with shaggy brown hair. This is my newest little hobby. No matter the time of year, travel can be taxing. Orc raiders may have calmed down, but there are still wolves and vulpines running up and down the praetor's back. I'm Brian, by the way. Inside, a broad woman busied herself behind a counter. Various pins and scissors stuck out of her fuchsia locks. She looked up from a book of hairstyles as Takal entered the shop. A customer, that's uncommon. Brushing back brown bangs, Brian retorted, it'd be more common if you didn't greet the guests with that attitude. The brash beautician spun small scissors on her index finger. I always treat customers with respect. You don't always do anything, replied Brian in a huff. Takal tapped the man on his shoulder. What exactly does this establishment carry? Turning around, Brian's expression softened. We have a wide selection of traveling supplies, containers, tools, and even food. Takal frowned. I don't have much to spare. Her clawed hands reached into her coin purse, producing 2 fistfuls of copper coins. The beautician's sarcasm cut into the conversation, another big spender. Unfazed, Brian responded, in this establishment, even the poorest traveler gets treated like a noble. You know how I am. I wish I didn't, she replied humorlessly without looking up from her book. With the skeptic silenced, the shopkeeper tended to his customer. Okay, we'll focus on the essentials. He consulted a small list by the counter: backpack, bedroll, rope, water skin, mess kit, and field food. I think you'll find the mess kit very versatile. It's a metal box of cutlery that clamps together. Takal snorted, quickly quieting Brian. What options do you have for food? I want to avoid anything that must be reheated. Our stockroom has dried fruits, cured meat, preserved poultry, smoked cheese, salted vegetables, and local sweets. Takal folded her arms, considering each item's weight and her travel time. After a period of deliberation, she chose a diet heavy on meat and devoid of sweets. Some fruits and vegetables were included as a matter of obligation, not preference. Brian wrote down each food item in detail. Fuchsia hair draped over his shoulder as the beautician read the note. Still writing, brother? Yes, I'm writing my last will and testament, because you'll be the death of me. Takal watched the argument grow with each trip into the storeroom. Upon receiving the last piece of food, she dropped her money and hastily left the store. The Dragonborn sorted her bags outside the shop. Though muffled, the squabble was still audible. Takal returned to the smith, ears ringing. Upon seeing her, the dwarf groused, "Ye did a fine job riling them up. Threatened to blow their shop down?" Noticing the packs on Takal's back, the dwarf added, "Well, ye got what ye needed. Take your armor and hit the road." The armor fit snugly over her scales. Rectangular strips were riveted onto a tough leather base. Flexible rings of chainmail covered Takal's elbows and knees. "It's a little stuffy," commented the Dragonborn. Picking up the wooden shield, she added, "The shield is plain. I was hoping for something to strike fear into my enemies' hearts." "Miffed," the dwarf replied, "better to be uncomfortable and alive. I build for function. If ye want paint splashed on your shield, do it yourself." Sensing the end of the transaction, Takal bowed and exited. By sunset, she was prepared to leave Cimasla. The canals were colored burning red by the setting sun. Small pangs of nostalgia welled up involuntarily. She recalled her upbringing in the slums of Cimasla, commonly referred to as the long-forgotten faces filled her mind. Takal remembered the pranks and petty crimes of her youth. She wondered if any of those delinquents mended their ways. Perhaps they would be willing to join my righteous venture? Clearing her mind, she put those thoughts behind her. The steel strips of her new armor gleamed in the sunlight. Around her neck was a metal band that connected part of her past to her future path. One end held a prayer wheel filled with scriptures from her time in the clergy. The other side ended in the holy symbol of Oromut, the god whose path she'd now walk. Takal inspected the shield in her left hand. The wooden center was now a combination of blue and yellow. She smiled at the sloppy rendition of the gold dragon god. Bringing her shield arm to her chest, Takal spoke to the sky. Golden Father, this is my pledge. I will eradicate evil. My weapon will wage war against the complacent and contemptible. Those who condone oppression will suffer my blistering breath. By this oath of vengeance, I swear to serve as your paladin. Chapter 3, Gem Goblin. The Shark Mouth Mountains. Phil spun around, arms outstretched. This is the main source of Cimasla's magic gems, my friend. There's no better place to start our search. Gol hustled past him, leaping between stones. Hurry it up, the cisterns got guards patrolling mining towns around here. Got to protect their interests, right? Phil awkwardly scrambled up the rocky foothill, meeting Gol on a dirt path. Thanks for waiting, buddy. He noticed the dwarf orc was crouched behind a boulder. Shoo, look over there. She nodded at a small wooden building. I'll bet anything that's a guard outpost. In front of it was a husky man with his head in his hands. Phil sprung out of hiding and began to console the crying man. After a flabbergasted moment, Gold joined the tiefling. The frazzled prospector bawled, "You gotta help, you just gotta. Nobody in town can stop this gem goblin. It's big and it's taking our gemstones. We're gonna lose our mines, our jobs. Cimasla already pulled back guards, 'cause we can't pay our taxes. You both look monstrous. Ly strong. Whoop him quick and you'll be living heavy on the howlite." Having explained the situation, grief settled into impatience as the prospector waited for a response. Before long, he began nervously readjusting the rope and other climbing gear haphazardly strapped to his back. Behind him was a messy one-man outpost. It sat at the foot of a line of mountains large enough to swallow the skyline. To the southeast, Cimasla's city walls were a blip in the distance. Gol crossed her arms and tapped one foot. Sounds too good to be true. A single fat goblin for a pile of gems? Phil roped his arm around Gol and pulled her aside. These people are in trouble. We've gotta help. They'll love us if we succeed. They'll bury us if we fail, snorted Joel. Come on. These people are practically kissing goblins. Are you sure we were listening to the same thing? The Shark Mouth Mountains got their name for a reason. Phil's head tilted to the side. Don't you want an entire town in your debt? An entire mining town, huh? A town known for its gems, you say? Her foot tapping grew feverish. I didn't say that, but sure. Aren't you looking for some rare stone? The tiefling crossed his arms. Yes I am. Not to sell, mind you. Then we have a mutual, but divergent interest. Gol clapped her hands together and turned to the prospector. Sir, we'll take your quest and your hiking gear. The man cleaned off his tear-stained cheeks with a look of bemusement. In a flash, his pack was in Gol's hand. What did you call your town again? Actinop squeezed out the man as his possessions were purloined. Phil unfolded a map. So where is this town of yours? Up here maybe? The prospector grunted, it'd just be quicker to show you. He walked around a boulder and pointed down into a crater. It sat like a cavity in the mouth of the mountain range. Shark Mouth's sharp teeth poked up around it, making the crater seem shallow. Mining tunnels dotted the crater's surface. At the bottom was the rustic town of Actinop. The basic stone and wood houses looked filthy even at a distance. He continued, payment will be left at the pub, if you succeed. When we succeed, corrected Phil helpfully, removing a glove. He reached out his hand to seal the deal with a handshake. Upon seeing the red skin approach him, the man stepped backward. "Won't be sealing a deal with a devil today." He hurried away, tripping occasionally as he descended into the crater. "Still convinced these people are worth helping?" asked Joel. "This is the perfect opportunity to change their bigoted little hearts. Once we're done, I'll mark my map to show Actonop as the town where tiefling prejudice started to crumble." The hike was grueling. The mountains shot up at sharp angles, ending in cold steel peaks that weather failed to dull. The two drove the prospectors' pitons into solid stone and wrapped them in rope to assist their ascension along the rudimentary paths. "How about levitating us now?" wheezed Joel. Phil shook his head. "I can't carry myself. This crooked terrain is also a problem. Can't you do something? You're some kind of magician now, right?" "Warlock, actually." Goal pulled herself onto a narrow rocky ledge. "And how's that different?" "My magic comes from a greater power." "Like a paladin or a cleric?" "No, they only deal with gods. Gods have thousands of followers. Warlocks are some of the few people willing to buddy up to small freaks from the outer film. I think the guy I deal with is called the Seating One." "A fiend focused on chairs?" "Well, you're not doing yourself any favors linking up with a demon. People already mistake tieflings for demon spawn. Didn't I tell you this back in Cimasla? It wasn't my choice. This book's to blame." He lifted a damp leather-bound tome from his shoulder bag. A trickle of sludgy liquid ran down his arm as he showed it off. "Since I'm stuck with it, I'll use the spells inside to tear down tiefling prejudice and make everybody buddy-buddy." Phil took Goal's hand and strained to pull her up. He stared in horror as residue on his gloves caused her to slip from his grasp. The dwarf orc plummeted downward, her red hair pushed to one side by air pressure. To the tiefling's surprise, she met his panicked expression with a face brimming with resentment. "Helping these hicks is hardly worth this effort." She reached out a hand, snatching a piton they'd placed earlier. The action loosened a rope which fell alongside her. "Burglar reflexes working against me. Can't help swiping something even when my life's in danger." Tossing away the metal spike allowed her to grab the loose rope. The soles of her shoes screamed as she pressed them against the rock wall, but a burglar's also got to know how to do second-story work. A powerful kick was enough to convert her downward momentum into an upward arc. She swung on the rope until her husky body shot skyward. Bounding between boulders, she returned to find Phil flipping through his spellbook. "I can see why you keep that tome in its own bag. One touch and you were too grimy to grip." Phil stuffed his book back into the shoulder bag and ran across the unstable ground with arms outstretched. "Joel, you're safe." She sidestepped his hug, causing the warlock to teeter over the edge. Goal grabbed his collar and pulled him back onto stable footing. "Nice try, but you can't fool me. I saw you studying your spellbook." Phil's joyful relief gave way to defensive frustration. "I was looking for a healing spell. After a spill like that, I figured you'd need it." "So you've got no healing?" The dwarf orc returned his frustrated tone with interest. "What sort of spells do you have in there?" "Well, I can set up alarms, move small things, conjure up sounds, give people headaches, create little illusions, identify magical objects, and speak with nearby minds." Goal leaned to avoid falling gravel and retorted, "No flight? No big magic blasts?" Phil raved, nearly losing his footing. "My disc can carry 300 pounds, but the ground's too steep here." A thought struck the warlock like a falling rock. "Oh. I can shoot energy from my hands, but it does a number on my gloves so I avoid it. Dangerous magic should be used sparingly." He shook a finger at his dwarf orc companion. Sighing, Goal trudged on. Hours of travel brought them nearly halfway up the mountain. Staring upward, the duo noticed a hole in the side of the sharp incline. Several minutes of cursing and grunting later, Phil and Goal flopped into the mine. They panted for a while before observing their surroundings. The walls were dotted with nicks and gashes. Most appeared to be made by shovels and mattocks. A few larger, slanted marks cut unnaturally across the smaller indents. These walls were lined with unlit lamps. Burnt-out wicks sat inside metal skeletons. Didn't even snuff the lights. Miners must have left in a hurry. Goal ripped a lantern off the wall and spun it around in her hand. "This'd probably clean up nice," she said to herself. "Awful dreary in here," Phil said, trembling in the chilly dampness. Goal searched her bags. "I'm not going to bother asking about magical lights." She produced a knobby tree branch, some cloth, a small box, and a flask of lamp oil. "And I'm not going to bother asking where you got that stuff." Phil watched as she wrapped the branch in oil-soaked cloth. The dwarf orc then opened the box, pulling out shards of stone and steel. She struck them against each other to produce sparks. After a few attempts, the cloth caught fire. Goal raised the torch, illuminating Phil's smug face. She wore a surly expression in response. "What? Behold!" Phil grabbed the torch and waved his hand with a dramatic flourish. The flames flickered, changing into a stunning maroon color. He strutted around Joel. "And that's the least of my power. I can magnify my voice, open distant doors, and, if you'd believe it, stop bleeding." Goal let out an unimpressed snort and started down the mine shaft. Soon the dwarf orc noticed that her light source wasn't keeping pace. She turned around to see the warlock running the flame along his hairless chin. "Sometimes I forget tieflings don't get burns. Nice and toasty." Tripping on uneven ground, Phil was broken out of his daze. "Don't be insensitive. That's another tiefling prejudice I need to dispel. We can get burns. It just takes a higher temperature." Paying him no attention, Goal marched forward, searching the walls for gemstones and only finding more gashes. Eventually the cavern opened up to a circular hub. Tunnels shot out in 3 directions. Gem shards littered the floor, but Goal was disappointed to find the area stripped of all other valuables. Phil thought aloud, posing a question to the empty chamber. Did that Actonop villager mention where exactly the goblin was? We should abandon this shifts how. Goal turned to exit. That prospector's probably having the laugh of his life right now. Can't believe I let myself get all wound up by your talk of jewels. You were the one blinded by jewels. I just wanted to show these country folks that our races aren't so monstrous. Phil pointed an accusatory finger at the dwarf orc. If you're going to be a tiefling savior, try not being so. An abrupt tremor brought the conversation to an end. The dirt erupted below them, sending Phil and Goal in different directions. The dwarf orc flipped out of the way, landing on her feet a short distance away. Phil, on the other hand, was hurled back before scrambling off the floor. A black spike the length of a cow's leg split the earth. It stabbed upward, pulling a bloated body behind it. From nose to tail, the beast was nearly twice as tall as the tiefling, and several times wider. Its tan, seal-like body overflowed with undulating fat and was held up by 6 shiny black spikes. The tail ended in a similar spike that bristled with barbs. Long, fleshy whiskers wobbled on the sides of its snout. It turned beady eyes towards the 2 adventurers and made aggressive yipping sounds. "Damn bumpkins. That's no goblin." Goal slowly removed 2 blades, one from her waist, another from her hip. "But it is my ticket to a payday." The dwarf orc drove towards the thrashing beast, blade bouncing off its spines. Rolling, she raised her sword and cut into its tan flank. Goal pulled the blade, slicing until one of the 6 spines was severed. Gasping from the effort, she wiped sweat from her brow using her sleeve. As the arm moved away, Goal's vision was filled by an incoming jet-black spike. The side of the spike caught her torso with enough force to whip her body across the small room. Her short flight stopped when her back slapped against a cave wall. Phil racked his mind for useful magic. Memory failing, he pulled a book from his shoulder bag. The thick tome was bound in pale, lumpy leather. Its damp corners were stained with black liquid. Phil frantically flipped through the pages, searching for something to jog his memory. His face lit up with a sudden flash of inspiration. "Don't you dare hurt my friend, you gem gobbler." Phil's incisors clamped down on the glove covering his right hand. With a dramatic jerk of his head, the glove flew off, revealing red fingers. Obsidian energy crackled around his fingertips as he chanted. Thrusting his right hand forward, he fired a dark bolt of energy. The attack glanced off one of the creature's eyes and continued towards a rock wall. It collided, causing small stones to shower Joelle. The dwarf orc expressed her sarcastic gratitude while rising to her feet. "Thanks a ton." She observed the singed spot that formerly housed the monster's beady eye. "Finally, some useful magic, but we're gonna need something even bigger." Phil grinned nervously, his tail involuntarily coiling around one leg. "That's the most damage I can do." Sudden as a bolt from the blue, ice rained inside the cave. A cone of chilling wind caused frost to form on the gobbler's back. In the next moment, an armored figure landed on the beast's back. Her morningstar crashed into its icy hide. The monster wailed in pain as ice cracked and fell off, taking strips of flesh with it. Craning its neck, it attempted to bite the dragonborn on its back. The creature's efforts were stopped by a sharp pain in its head. Phil recited an incantation. He finished a series of hand motions by thrusting both palms in front of him. His full focus was dedicated to administering a migraine. Feet a blur, Goal closed the distance between herself and the tan creature. An upward slash with her left hand severed one of the whiskers. Her second sword dug into its blubbery body. The gem gobbler thrashed wildly, throwing itself against the walls in an effort to dislodge the dwarf orc. To its dismay, a series of stabs brought Goal closer to the back of its neck. Takal removed her shield and gripped the morningstar in two hands. She landed a skull-shattering blow, knocking the creature on its side. Goal finished with a precise sword stroke, severing the head. Phil leaned against the beast, chest swelling to match his swollen head. Impressive teamwork, wouldn't you say? Stepping out from behind the corpse, Takal extended a hand. Her 3 fingers met Phil's 4. "Tiefling, the Golden Father smiles on your resolve. That beast was beyond you, but you persisted. Well met, I am Takal, Paladin of Oromut." Phil pressed a fist to his chest. "That was nothing. Before long, the whole drop world will see that tieflings can be heroes. Everyone will know the kindness of philanthropy the tiefling." He added casually, "Oh, and it's Phil to friends." In response, Takal mused, "I've met tieflings during my time in the church. Some lived meekly, repenting the sins of their ancestors. Others justified wrongdoings by blaming their birth." She snorted. "A convenient excuse for criminals and heathens unwilling to mend their ways. But you are an unusual one." Phil took this as a compliment and gave a small curtsy. Takal continued, "Instead, you remind me of the innocent, righteous, and selfless souls who were always the first to suffer. This was unfortunately common during my upbringing. Must have been a rough place to live." Phil consoled. "Where was it?" "I'd rather forget about it," replied Takal, turning her snout toward the cave wall. "Don't be so difficult," said Phil, closing his eyes. He focused on Takal and reached into her mind. He saw a silver dragonborn stealing and scrounging to survive in the slums of Cimasla. "Don't you worry, I've lived in the bee too." Phil opened his eyes to find clawed fingers around his throat. Takal spoke with deathly seriousness, "My thoughts are my own. Don't dare probe them again." She released the tiefling. "You are well-intentioned, if overly curious. Temper your compassion with good judgment and you may become a great aid to justice." She shot an icy glance at the dwarf orc, who was busy scooping up gem shards. "You may be too trusting for your own good. That's Joelle. She's great fun. How about you join us?" Phil flashed a goofy grin. Something in his naivety melted the silver dragon's icy heart. "Fine," said Takal. "I will join you. Together we will strike down evil so the righteous may rise up, unimpeded." "Oh joy," said Joelle, rolling her hazel eyes. Chapter 4, Pub Crawl. Fresh food and rotten wood seasoned the inn's air. Though small, this rustic inn eclipsed the other buildings in Actonop. The wooden walls were bare except for the occasional spoils of a hunt. Tables were lined with tankards and townsfolk. They spoke in suspicious whispers about the monstrosities that had entered their home. Monstrous races this far from Cimasla? Who let a demon into Actonop? Another villager mumbled, "Paying monsters to kill monsters. They're even dressed up like people." An old lady stormed out at the sight of Joelle. "That one's an orc. Those monsters killed my grandson." A drunkard noticed Takal collecting a bounty from the barkeep. "A dragon on 2 legs, now I've seen everything." The other 2 targets of these comments sat in a downstairs bar. Their conversation filled the small building, eclipsing the complaints. Phil's fingers danced around the table as he weaved a story. "So I told him, hit me and you'll go up in flames." Goal leaned in. "Get to the good part. Did he or didn't he? Hit me right on my tail, the bastard." I shouted I was trying to be nice. Then poof, like a ruby salesman on a hot day. "Shame really, we could have been friends I think." Goal shook her head. "And you wonder why there's a stigma around tieflings. One slap and the drop world burns around them. By the way, do you have the money you owe me? That's just the sort of thinking I'm trying to stop." Wise to her scheming, Phil didn't miss a beat. "By the way, I don't remember owing you a single copper. It's for services rendered." She tipped back a mug of bitter brick ale. After all, who wouldn't pay to drink away the night with a red-haired vixen? Vixen or not, we both know nobody wants to drink with you. The quantity alone would. Slamming down a glass, Goal interrupted, "What's that?" "Huh? You have something to say? Want to tell me nobody cares about mixed blood like me?" Phil pulled the mug away from her. "I think you've had enough. No home, no family, no traditions. Too tall for dwarfs and too pretty for orcs. You don't know what it's like to be hated just for being born." Her tan finger lazily poked Phil's rosy nose. "I can't possibly imagine." "Enough sarcasm, funny guy. Any more lip from you and you're getting a face full of fist. Calm down. Remember what happened to the last guy that hit me?" Takal returned to the table, roaring into the conversation. "Would you two cool it with the debauchery before I put you both on ice? We're on a righteous journey to slay evil, not a pub crawl. Resting is part of a hero's job." Phil countered. "Not to mention, it's easy to get people to like you here. A few mugs of ale and they can't tell what color you are." The tiefling swept his glass around a room full of dour faces. The most severe of these faces was worn by Takal. "It seems you have strayed onto a path of sinful indulgence." Goal cupped her hands and whispered, "There she goes again. Wanna gamble how long she rambles this time? Why, this reminds me of a passage relaying the virtue of responsibility." The Dragonborn preached at length, consulting her prayer wheel as her audience slipped away. Halfway to his room, the tiefling shouted back, "I think we should turn in for the night. Don't let the goblins bite." Goal pressed an elbow into Phil's back. Her voice was an angry whisper. "Room. Now." Phil was pushed forward, tripping up the inn's creaky stairs. "Sorry, I guess that saying is a little insensitive." She threw him into the musty guest room that they had reserved. Phil sat on a round, splintering stool while Goal flopped onto the thin mattress. She stared at the ceiling and asked, "What's the big idea?" "I figured we'd go to bed early and set out at dawn." "No. I'm talking about Sunny downstairs." Noticing the confusion on Phil's face, she spoke more plainly, "You know, the load of laughs preaching at the bar? We should grab the money and leave her behind." The tiefling shifted nervously in his seat. Maybe we should talk telepathically? I'd hate to hurt her feelings if she overheard. You stay out of my head unless it's an emergency. I don't need you poking around in my past, but I'm a part of your past. Phil's tail slapped the wood floor heavily. You weren't there for the worst of it. The dwarf orc crumbled up smelly sheets into a ball. And I'm not eager to share. All I remember is you swiping the savings I scraped together for a sweet treat. I hope it was worth making a young tiefling cry. Goal rolled to the side of the bed, resting both feet on the floor. Don't change the subject. Helping the prospector got us a bag of gold, but we're not any closer to finding that gem. She pressed a palm against her forehead. Now you're tagging along with some preachy paladin on another mission. Phil rested his elbow on a box serving as a nightstand. We don't have any leads. Besides, he gave his horns a knowing tap. Warlocks have a way of keeping on track. She slapped a hand against the headboard. You're not fooling me. Every time you play hero, it gets harder for me to keep a low profile. Now you're introducing another loudmouth into the mix. The tiefling sat down on the bed next to her. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you're worried about me. He put a hand on her shoulder. Did something happen, Joel? She brushed him away and laid back down. Just got myself one mother of a debt to repay. Okay, said Phil, deflating. It sure is chilly. Could I sleep in the bed this time? A rancid blanket was thrown over his head. Good to know that hasn't changed. Chapter 5, Forest Before Fortress. The meeting room had all the amenities of a jail cell. Its uneven stone walls gave off a damp smell. Two metal doors creaked on rusted hinges. In the room's center, a gaunt man sat at a rickety table. He finished an explanation with, "Those are the details. Simply obtain the item and escape with minimal collateral damage." Across the table, one of three misfits piped up, "Keymaster Cudgel. Cannot your own men address this? I am not fond of this indirect approach." As soon as the dragon's jaw shut, her dwarf orc companion weighed in. "I'll bet they want to use us because we can't be traced back to them if we fail." Standing up to reveal her full draconic height, Takal's deep voice roared, "Now that I have seen you, I question your claim of reporting directly to the praetor." Phil interjected by tapping the table loudly. "If you have that kind of connection, maybe you could get me into the cistern. I'd love to peruse the magic gemstones and pick out one as a souvenir." Goal's ears perked up. "I'd normally prefer payment in cold, hard gold. But I'll settle for gems nowadays. Did you ever tell me the reason behind your recent fascination with jewels?" "Oh, I have my reasons. It's kinda like a favor for an old friend." The tiefling patted the bag holding his spell book. "Oh yeah, some weird warlock thing." Goal nodded. Phil was a ball of eager energy. Getting to know counselors would really put tieflings on the map, don't you think? The reformed burglar put her hands behind her head. "Sorry, but I've got no interest in politics. The fewer important people know my face, the better." The keymaster struck the table with a bony fist. "I've given you all the information I have to give. I'll honor your request if you succeed." The conversation faded into mumbled confirmations. Map in hand, Phil guided them north of Cimasla. They sidestepped the vile slugwood by cutting through a lush green forest to the east. While navigating the forested area, they passed a shabby village. Signs erected by the closed-minded residents spurned the adventurers. Crude drawings of dead orcs, goblins, and demons decorated the worn, wooden chunks. This sight made the trio happy to leave the forest behind. Takal took advantage of the travel time to preach. Her words made Goal's ears curl like rotting produce. Never take for granted the efforts of others. We are all too often aware only of our own labors. Reward those who rise to meet us in effort. Rebuke leeches who fatten themselves with cruelty. Shooting into the speech like an arrow, Goal quipped, "Do you ever get tired of talking?" Takal turned her head toward the insult. "Do you never tire of greed?" Words can turn a profit or they can earn you a knife in the back. But gold? Gold is always useful. The dwarf orc glared at the paladin. I would rather soak in the Golden Father's grace than drown in dirty coins. Meekly, Phil attempted to broker peace. Can't we agree to disagree? We're different kinds of people. You make a good point. I'm not the kind of person that takes every breath as if it were her last, replied Joel. Panting is the only way my race can expel heat, you sweaty oaf. Fury swelled within the Dragonborn, were it not for our shared acquaintance, would have left you enacted up. The argument was punctuated by a pointing Phil. Hey, look at that. Even earlier than expected. Tiny in the distance, they spied their objective. The fort was simultaneously imposing and ordinary. Tall stone walls were neither ancient nor fresh. A pair of guards snoozed by an open gate. Slapping Phil's back gently, a gleeful Goal said, use that floating disc of yours. We can sail to the top. Wincing from the impact, the warlock replied, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't pay much attention when magic's involved. Goal answered his question with an eager smile. Not my area of expertise. Now can you do it or not? Phil glanced upward, estimating the building's height. Hate to disappoint, but the disc can only move a few feet up or down. The old-fashioned way it is. 2 concussions and 1 lecture later, they were inside. The interior was damp and poorly lit but had a pleasant fruity aroma. A short while in, they came to a sharp turn. The 3 put their ears to the corner, turning in unison to find a guard patrolling the stone-walled hallway. Phil turned to his companions and tapped his temple. Goal rolled her eyes before reluctantly nodding. The warlock spoke directly into his party's brains. What should we do? He quickly discovered that touching Goal's mind was like sticking an uncovered hand in an overflowing gutter. The tiefling's face scrunched slightly at the filthy feeling. What did she say? Takal asked in her head. A giant grin stretched between Goal's 2 tusks. You can hear me but Nanny here can't. In that case, I've never met a more stuck-up excuse for a ow. She hit me. Is she telepathic too? Heaving a sigh, Phil responded, no, I think it was the look on your face. Back to business. That guy looks pretty weak-willed. I could give him a little headache or a serious migraine. The second one. Goal replied in a heartbeat. The warlock whispered the spell, causing dark thoughts to slither into the watchman's head. They lingered for a moment at the edge of perception, winding tendrils across the guard's brain. All at once, they squeezed down in a vicious mental assault. Soon after, the watchman ran out of the building, clutching his head. A silent stroll down the hall led to a set of stairs. They were carpeted in mold and mildew. Goal noticed imprints that indicated recent activity. Keeping ears perked, she stayed alert to her surroundings. Phil flamboyantly fluttered down the hall, indulging in its sickly sweet smell. Takal remained austere as she followed close behind. The group descended the steps, stopping short of the bottom. 4 eyes glimpsed a guard and a heavy iron door. 2 pupil-less eyes, and the horned head attached to them, continued forward, unaware of the danger. A drab brown hand jerked him back by the collar. Goal tapped her head twice indicating another thought conversation. Following a brainstorm, the tiefling sent out another spell. The iron door rattled as if it were being struck lightly. The guard removed a key from his pocket and a club from his belt. He complained loudly as he unlocked the door. I have to herd the damn dragon blighted again. Goal swiftly unsheathed a short sword. With a thud, the hilt gave a hard-working guard some well-deserved rest. Takal bubbled with frustration, supplanting their stealth with a sermon. I've preached many religions, but I'm an acolyte of Oromut first and foremost. Being a noble god, he'd be ashamed of this underhanded approach. Upon hearing this, her devilish companion couldn't hold his tongue. I think keeping people alive is pretty honorable. Hard to make friends with corpses. Goal added, I've known people who made corpses of friends. Shut your mouths and we can discuss the moral implications later. The iron door opened to a sprawling room decorated with shackles and cages. Interrogation tools were strewn about the floor haphazardly. Half a dozen pale feet shuffled around, occasionally tripping on the gruesome instruments. Their flesh had the uneven texture of a storm cloud in spite of their humanoid shape. Gashes and jagged cracks covered any area that their tattered clothing didn't conceal. Their hollow eyes glowed a deep blue. The groaning door drew them towards the trio. Goal swooped in, short sword in hand, battering the closest creature. Flecks of skin flew off like a spray of sparks. Quick as lightning, she followed the hit with a handful of sand from her pocket. Shame I have to dirty those pretty blue eyes. Her disoriented foe flailed around miserably, missing the ducking dwarf orc. Goal rose up, slamming her palm into the creature's jaw. As it fell backward, she wheeled around to impale another dead-eyed monster. Behind her, Phil tried to negotiate, but the humanoids simply shuffled towards him. He attempted to reach their minds, but only found a mass of confused suffering. Suddenly, the group approaching Phil were frozen to the floor. The tiefling turned to see Takal recovering from the kickback of her dragon breath. Sighing, he removed his gloves and began blasting the paralyzed creatures. With infinitely more fervor, Takal dove in, shattering their brittle bodies. Following a short rest, the team crossed the room and found their objective. A shelf along the back wall held a metal-housed scroll. Occasional dull flashes of light could be seen from within the container. Goal thrust a greedy hand toward it, triggering an arrow trap. Thankfully, dexterity and stature favored the burglar. Her graceful movement left both teammates speechless. Returning to an upright position, she panted, "We got the goods, so let's get moving." They stepped out of the fort, blinking as they adjusted to the daylight. Takal gritted her teeth from unease. This fortress had far fewer defenses than I expected. What could the Keymaster's intentions be? Phil shrugged, he probably underestimated monstrous races. We finished the mission and were no worse for wear. Goal chimed in, "Hey, I don't care what he's planning so long as he pays up. We can't all be saints." She leaned toward the Dragonborn. "Don't your scriptures mention not judging others?" Takal grunted and began down the return path. The party's travels led them back to a forested area. The night was warm and the forest was dark, so they quickly reached a consensus about setting up camp. Takal battered trees with her morningstar to get firewood. Goal reluctantly lent a short sword to the task of chopping it into chunks. Phil reached into his bag, producing a packet of cured meat and cheese. Untying a rope and removing a cloth lid, he revealed sundry salted vegetables. His water skin tipped into a jar of spices, creating a thin broth. Takal's contribution came in the form of a small tin case. She unclamped it to reveal some simple cutlery. The empty metal container served as a shallow pot to boil ingredients. Goal took out a tinderbox, striking together flint and steel until the sparks started a campfire. A breath from Takal quickly snuffed out the fire when the meal was cooked. "It's not gourmet, but it'll go well with the cheese," Phil said, tipping the simple soup into 3 cups. Goal scrutinized the crudely cut chunks of meat and the watery broth. "I've lived off worse. Ever tried Cimasla surprise?" "If I did, it wasn't called that," replied Phil. Takal asked, "Why is it a surprise?" Goal put down her cup, "Because when you're poor, you're surprised to find anything but water in your soup." Detecting discomfort in the air, Phil attempted to lighten the mood. "I always had the bee breakfast." "That's whatever you can swipe when they're loading the food stalls." "Bet you did the same, Takal." The Dragonborn snorted. "I'd prefer to forget my time in the slums. The bee is part of my past, not my future." Phil raised an eyebrow. "Don't you ever want to go back to the slums? Help the people that the Praetors Council won't? That version of me is dead. I won't lift up the weak, but I will eliminate those who push them down." Miffed, she took a long draw from her cup. Ormut's breath. It's still far too hot. I think my tongue is burnt. Gol snickered. With a reaction like that, you belong on the stage. What's the matter, drama mama? Ice Queen can't take the heat? If you must know, I have a sensitive tongue. Breathing frost comes with complications. In fact, what is that smell? The scent of fresh fire filled their humble campsite. The wind carried the smell from deeper inside the forest. Without a word, Phil flew towards danger. Gol removed the spoon from her mouth and spoke calmly, maybe we shouldn't run into the burning forest. Grabbing her gear, Takal followed after Phil. The fiends responsible for this will suffer. The dwarf orc shrugged, guess I'll finish my soup on the way. Smoke and desperate cries grew as they pushed forward. Takal stumbled between tree trunks, her armor occasionally catching on branches. Phil tripped over roots in his haste. Gol finished her food and, with deft steps, caught up with the other two. A battered old man limped towards the trio. Shredded clothing fluttered on his gaunt figure. Long, purple bruises covered most exposed skin. Cuts, scrapes and gashes dotted the rest of his emaciated body. One thin arm was tucked against his side as he dragged a broken leg behind him. You there, he wheezed, pointing at Joel. Your kind did this. Damnable goblins. He hacked violently before continuing. You monsters weren't satisfied with just stealing our food this time. Takal stepped forward, confident in her righteousness. But before she could utter a word, the man collapsed. Phil poked at the body, checking his wrist and chest for signs of life. Leave him, barked Takal. We know the perpetrators now. She sprinted through the village's broken gates. Gol added, I'm against helping these nobodies. Already had troubles with hicks and goblins. Bet they'd kill us as soon as look at us. Her argument was drowned out by Phil's chanting. Obsidian energy crackled down the tiefling's arms and into the man, jolting him to life. Upon finishing the spell, he said, Good. Well, good enough. I can't heal him, but at least I stopped the bleeding. He stood up and made his way towards the smoking village. Noticing Gol wasn't beside him, Phil looked over his shoulder. Hurry up. We've got people to save. The dwarf orc grumbled, I feel sorry for the arsonists, 'cause these two idiots got me in a nasty mood. The town crawled with small green monsters. Their sharp teeth grinned viciously as they climbed around the burning wreckage. Wood and straw houses were ransacked. Spilled flour sacks and upturned carts decorated the unpaved streets. A small pack of goblins emerged from a barn. They wore a mismatched assortment of stained blankets and ripped shirts. Their bloated stomachs hung under visible ribs. Bags of produce were thrown over their shoulders. Put those down, shouted Phil, alerting all goblins in the vicinity. Gol shook her head. Great idea, idiot. You just put a bullseye on our back. Takal snarled, this is better. Now we won't have to hunt them down. Doors and windows flew open. Small green-skinned humanoids swarmed around the adventurers. They formed a tight circle, their pointed noses lined up like a wall of spears. I'm guessing negotiation isn't an option? Phil inquired half-heartedly. His teammates ignored him and dove into the fray. Takal's weapon shot like a falling star, battering a goblin and knocking it into its allies. Ear holes picking up a sound behind her, she reeled around. A shouting goblin sailed at her as she spun. Raising her left arm, Takal struck the goblin's face with the edge of her shield. The impact knocked rotten teeth from its mouth. Momentum carried her Morningstar's spiked head through a row of goblins. Phil backed away, nervously attempting to broker peace in the language of humans, elves, dwarves, and tieflings. He ended with, hurting me would be a very bad idea. It'll do you more harm than good. A wave of goblins surged towards the tiefling. Their ramshackle weaponry consisted of stolen pitchforks, pieces of lumber, and large uneven stones. Their assault met his travel clothes with little resistance. Nearby, Goal's leather armor flexed as she bent her knee. Releasing the tension, she surged forward, a sword in each hand. An upward strike cut a goblin in two. She followed with a diagonal downward slice utilizing both blades. The attack dispatched a stocky goblin wearing a pot as a helmet. Goal glanced around and realized the inefficiency of attacking them individually. A sea of green skin flowed around her. Kicking off the ground, she maneuvered backward, hopping between gaps in the goblins. Goal rifled through the many pouches lining her armor, and pulled out a small sack. She swung the bag in a circle before throwing the contents at the advancing horde. Hundreds of small metal balls spilled from the bag, slipping up the goblins. The dwarf orc stepped forward, ready to finish her prone foes. She was stopped by an explosion of sound behind her. Phil's tail touched a barn wall, grimacing at the approaching green group. "There's got to be a reason you're doing this. You're intelligent creatures." Desperate, he reached out his mind, trying to talk telepathically. His brain was flooded with painful images of scaly munchkins and melting goblins. Torrents of flame drowned their small bodies, reducing them to green mush. The goblin who shared these thoughts writhed from trauma. "I hate to bring back bad memories, so I'll only hurt you if you hurt me." The warlock's words were ignored, so he started to chant. Undeterred, the goblins advanced, stabbing with their makeshift weapons. The moment one hit, Phil's assailant exploded in flames. The next strike toward the tiefling was also met with a roaring carnival of fire. Tongues of flame lingered, scaring away nearby goblins. Phil snapped his fingers twice before noticing the flame spreading. Nearby carts, lumber, and goblins were ignited, contributing to the smoke in the air. Takal backed towards her companions, shield held at chest height. "This heat is blistering. I cannot breathe. We must slay these monsters and leave swiftly." Goal agreed, "You're right about leaving. If you want to slay longer, then you're on your own." "So be it. I'll return to the campsite once my task is complete." The dragonborn stomped off in the direction of an unignited house. Phil wiped soot off his garb. "Maybe we should help her?" Goal grabbed him by the collar. "Your helpfulness got us into this mess." She dragged him through the village gates. "We've got a campsite to clean up." Takal wrenched the handle, pulling the flimsy door off its hinges. Inside, a goblin was menacing a family of 4. 2 more were stealing from nearby cupboards. Another monster. The wife screamed. Takal battered trees with her morningstar to get firewood. Goal reluctantly lent a short sword to the task of chopping it into chunks. Phil reached into his bag, producing a packet of cured meat and cheese. Untying a rope and removing a cloth lid, he revealed sundry salted vegetables. His water skin tipped into a jar of spices, creating a thin broth. Takal's contribution came in the form of a small tin case. She unclamped it to reveal some simple cutlery. The empty metal container served as a shallow pot to boil ingredients. Goal took out a tinderbox, striking together flint and steel until the sparks started a campfire. A breath from Takal quickly snuffed out the fire when the meal was cooked. "It's not gourmet, but it'll go well with the cheese," Phil said, tipping the simple soup into 3 cups. Goal scrutinized the crudely cut chunks of meat and the watery broth. "I've lived off worse. Ever tried Cimasla surprise?" "If I did, it wasn't called that," replied Phil. Takal asked, "Why is it a surprise?" Goal put down her cup, "Because when you're poor, you're surprised to find anything but water in your soup." Detecting discomfort in the air, Phil attempted to lighten the mood. "I always had the bee breakfast." "That's whatever you can swipe when they're loading the food stalls." "Bet you did the same, Takal." The dragonborn snorted. "I'd prefer to forget my time in the slums. The bee is part of my past, not my future." Phil raised an eyebrow. "Don't you ever want to go back to the slums?" Help the people that the Praetor's council won't? That version of me is dead. I won't lift up the weak, but I will eliminate those who push them down. Miffed, she took a long draw from her cup. Ormut's breath. It's still far too hot. I think my tongue is burnt. Gol snickered. With a reaction like that, you belong on the stage. What's the matter, Drama Mama? Ice Queen can't take the heat? If you must know, I have a sensitive tongue. Breathing frost comes with complications. In fact, what is that smell? The scent of fresh fire filled their humble campsite. The wind carried the smell from deeper inside the forest. Without a word, Phil flew towards danger. Gol removed the spoon from her mouth and spoke calmly, maybe we shouldn't run into the burning forest. Grabbing her gear, Takal followed after Phil. The fiends responsible for this will suffer. The dwarf orc shrugged, guess I'll finish my soup on the way. Smoke and desperate cries grew as they pushed forward. Takal stumbled between tree trunks, her armor occasionally catching on branches. Phil tripped over roots in his haste. Gol finished her food and, with deft steps, caught up with the other two. A battered old man limped towards the trio. Shredded clothing fluttered on his gaunt figure. Long, purple bruises covered most exposed skin. Cuts, scrapes and gashes dotted the rest of his emaciated body. One thin arm was tucked against his side as he dragged a broken leg behind him. You there, he wheezed, pointing at Joel. Your kind did this. Damnable goblins. He hacked violently before continuing. You monsters weren't satisfied with just stealing our food this time. Takal stepped forward, confident in her righteousness. But before she could utter a word, the man collapsed. Phil poked at the body, checking his wrist and chest for signs of life. Leave him, barked Takal. We know the perpetrators now. She sprinted through the village's broken gates. Gol added, I'm against helping these nobodies. Already had troubles with hicks and goblins. Bet they'd kill us as soon as look at us. Her argument was drowned out by Phil's chanting. Obsidian energy crackled down the tiefling's arms and into the man, jolting him to life. Upon finishing the spell, he said, Good. Well, good enough. I can't heal him, but at least I stopped the bleeding. He stood up and made his way towards the smoking village. Noticing Gol wasn't beside him, Phil looked over his shoulder. Hurry up. We've got people to save. The dwarf orc grumbled, I feel sorry for the arsonists, 'cause these two idiots got me in a nasty mood. The town crawled with small green monsters. Their sharp teeth grinned viciously as they climbed around the burning wreckage. Wood and straw houses were ransacked. Spilled flour sacks and upturned carts decorated the unpaved streets. A small pack of goblins emerged from a barn. They wore a mismatched assortment of stained blankets and ripped shirts. Their bloated stomachs hung under visible ribs. Bags of produce were thrown over their shoulders. Put those down, shouted Phil, alerting all goblins in the vicinity. Gol shook her head. Great idea, idiot. You just put a bullseye on our back. Takal snarled, this is better. Now we won't have to hunt them down. Doors and windows flew open. Small green-skinned humanoids swarmed around the adventurers. They formed a tight circle, their pointed noses lined up like a wall of spears. I'm guessing negotiation isn't an option? Phil inquired half-heartedly. His teammates ignored him and dove into the fray. Takal's weapon shot like a falling star, battering a goblin and knocking it into its allies. Ear holes picking up a sound behind her, she reeled around. A shouting goblin sailed at her as she spun. Raising her left arm, Takal struck the goblin's face with the edge of her shield. The impact knocked rotten teeth from its mouth. Momentum carried her Morningstar's spiked head through a row of goblins. Phil backed away, nervously attempting to broker peace in the language of humans, elves, dwarves, and tieflings. He ended with, hurting me would be a very bad idea. It'll do you more harm than good. A wave of goblins surged towards the tiefling. Their ramshackle weaponry consisted of stolen pitchforks, pieces of lumber, and large uneven stones. Their assault met his travel clothes with little resistance. Nearby, Gol's leather armor flexed as she bent her knee. Releasing the tension, she surged forward, a sword in each hand. An upward strike cut a goblin in two. She followed with a diagonal downward slice utilizing both blades. The attack dispatched a stocky goblin wearing a pot as a helmet. Gold glanced around and realized the inefficiency of attacking them individually. A sea of green skin flowed around her. Kicking off the ground, she maneuvered backward, hopping between gaps in the goblins. Gold rifled through the many pouches lining her armor, and pulled out a small sack. She swung the bag in a circle before throwing the contents at the advancing horde. Hundreds of small metal balls spilled from the bag, slipping up the goblins. The dwarf orc stepped forward, ready to finish her prone foes. She was stopped by an explosion of sound behind her. Phil's tail touched a barn wall, grimacing at the approaching green group. There's got to be a reason you're doing this. You're intelligent creatures. Desperate, he reached out his mind, trying to talk telepathically. His brain was flooded with painful images of scaly munchkins and melting goblins. Torrents of flame drowned their small bodies, reducing them to green mush. The goblin who shared these thoughts writhed from trauma. I hate to bring back bad memories, so I'll only hurt you if you hurt me. The warlock's words were ignored, so he started to chant. Undeterred, the goblins advanced, stabbing with their makeshift weapons. The moment one hit, Phil's assailant exploded in flames. The next strike toward the tiefling was also met with a roaring carnival of fire. Tongues of flame lingered, scaring away nearby goblins. Phil snapped his fingers twice before noticing the flame spreading. Nearby carts, lumber, and goblins were ignited, contributing to the smoke in the air. Takal backed towards her companions, shield held at chest height. This heat is blistering. I cannot breathe. We must slay these monsters and leave swiftly. Gol agreed, you're right about leaving. If you want to slay longer, then you're on your own. So be it. I'll return to the campsite once my task is complete. The Dragonborn stomped off in the direction of an unignited house. Phil wiped soot off his garb. Maybe we should help her? Gol grabbed him by the collar. Your helpfulness got us into this mess. She dragged him through the village gates. We've got a campsite to clean up. Takal wrenched the handle, pulling the flimsy door off its hinges. Inside, a goblin was menacing a family of 4. 2 more were stealing from nearby cupboards. Another monster. The wife screamed. Chapter 6, New Friends, Old Acquaintances. Keymaster Cudgel stared at an undecorated wall. Dark bags sagged under his brown eyes. A single bead of sweat traveled down his small, pointed beard. He clutched a holy symbol in a trembling hand. It depicted 5 dragon heads radiating from a central point. The symbol's 5 heads met his 5 fingers as he prayed. Queen of 5 colors, give me strength to see this mission through. I will make Cimasla into a utopia for all dragonkind. Stay your wrath against the uneducated who forget history and label you as evil. When my research is done, Dragonblight will be seen for the blessing that it is. This small communion brought him relief. Regaining his composure, he hid the holy symbol in his clothes. Fishing through his pockets, Cudgel located his key ring. Along it were a variety of keys, some large and others small. There were rounded, ornate keys alongside simpler, square ones. Wooden keys were plagued by age-old rot while their brass and iron neighbors appeared to be freshly minted. These keys held both a symbolic and functional role in the city of Cimasla, though few residents knew about the latter. It was common knowledge that the title of Keymaster originated from this collection of keys. Centuries of keymasters passed down the ring upon retirement. Cudgel was a minor exception. He had obtained the ring upon his appointment, but it was bestowed by the praetor in the absence of a living keymaster. Cudgel's first act as head of information was to investigate his predecessor's disappearance. The investigation concluded that the former keymaster was engulfed in chromatic dragonfire while visiting a remote village in the Shark Mouth Mountains. Official reports stated that the occurrence was the result of bad intel, noting that no evidence was found to suggest foul play. Having regained his composure, Cudgel turned around and approached the exit to his office. The room was clinically utilitarian. Empty shelves and a clean desk held zero personal effects. Government documents were piled in neat stacks in a doorless cabinet. Cudgel searched the key ring before plugging an angular key into his office door. He stepped through the doorway, leaving behind his office, the cistern, Cimasla, and the material drop world. Years of kowtowing, years of hiding my faith in Tyalaga, all to become keymaster. I sacrificed my ambitions to gain this role. Now I'm simply using my authority to make up for that lost time. Yes, that's it. The old man emerged in a space of churning chaos and endless doors. Some were decorated with iron roses, others resembled waterlogged planks of wood. The sky was a swirling magenta aurora. Its wavy lines were occasionally interrupted by streaks of yellow and teal. Infrequent bursts of color would approach the keymaster, only to be deflected by an unseen barrier around the walkway. He strolled down an undulating invisible path, twirling his ring of keys to avoid thinking. Unfortunately, Cudgel couldn't help himself. The task is laughably easy, even for three monstrosities like them. But the scroll, yes, the scroll is the problem. Their return could be the end of me, but if I don't follow through, he shuddered. Ideally, curiosity will defeat them. If not, I'll be forced to sacrifice, no, honored to sacrifice myself for my faith. These musings had carried him past his target. Hesitating slightly, he traced his steps back to a rickety door. Turning the key, he stepped from the colorful landscape into darkness. Goal put two hands on Phil's shoulder, giddiness overcoming her exhaustion. Well, Mr. Warlock, do you think this scroll can turn dirt into gold? I think your putrid breath can turn my stomach. Shooing away the dwarf orc, he stuffed bubbleweed into his pipe. Takal grimaced. That indulgence will invite dragon blight. Sinful souls are fertile ground for Tyalaga. Greeted by a sly look, she changed course. Don't you have identification spells? Now there's an idea, added Joel. Phil flicked away the spark of magic on his fingertip. That wouldn't be very nice. Client confidentiality and all that, he said flippantly as he tossed a makeshift matchstick over his shoulder. Dejected, Goal grumbled, this is miserable. My feet ache and this trail stretches into the horizon. Can't you conjure a horse? Takal clenched a fist in aggravation, but said nothing. Blowing purple bubbles from his pipe, Phil said, I think I have a solution. Before long, the setup seemed to have proven itself. The warlock and paladin marched ahead, sharing casual conversation. 20 feet behind them, the sleeping dwarf orc was held aloft by a 3-foot-wide floating disc. Dice and playing cards were strewn across its surface and over the occupant. She had grown tired of solo games and decided to nap. Even at a distance, her snores threatened to drown out Phil and Takal. Oromut's blessing is truly great. It grants me the power to mark my targets for divine punishment. It imbues my weapon with strength so I might deliver that punishment. If necessary, I can even bolster allies or heal wounds. The Dragonborn cupped her holy symbol with both hands, admiring the golden dragon slithering across it. Phil hung his head. You're pretty lucky. The best I can do is stabilize the dying. Takal laid a clawed hand on his shoulder. Don't fret. The power I saw in that tunnel was impressive. Continue studying your tome and strength will follow. Phil looked down at the pale book tucked under his arm before glancing over his shoulder. He towed the disc invisibly for several hours. As the sun began its slow descent, they heard a noise. It was the distant sound of footsteps. They were rapid and accompanied by occasional metallic clangs. The two conscious party members tensed. The third sat up, groggy. A blur streaked across the flat fields. It approached with all the speed and desperation of a starving steed. It collapsed a few feet short of Phil and Takal. They approached cautiously and found a gasping man. His ludicrous muscles would have drawn attention, if not for the comically large sword upon his back. It was wide even alongside its wielder and curved towards the tip. The sword carved a trail in the ground leading to his current location. The purple tint of the blade hinted at the weapon's magical nature. Tattered, mud-stained noble clothes attempted to keep him modest. The frills and ruffles were torn and streamed behind him. An army of follicles marched on the rugged battlefields of his face. A long beard danced each time he exhaled. Leaping to his feet, he threw back matted hair. After catching his breath, he spoke in a high-pitched voice, "My lord, I've finally found you. Return to the tiefling noble house. We have much to discuss." Takal's claws crept toward her Morningstar. "This reeks of treachery." Phil chirped nonchalantly, "Seems trustworthy to me. It is delightful to see that Lord Roten's son is alive and healthy." He placed a palm on his pronounced pectoral. "Young Therian, you may call this noble beast Roarin' Laughter. The time has come to return to your proper home." Phil felt a dull ache in his horns. "I like what you're saying, but you've got the wrong guy. I have one name and I thought it up myself, Philanthropy." Having shaken off a sleepy stupor, Goal started shaking Phil. "Quiet. A clever lie could earn us a mountain of gold." She quickly removed her hands from the tiefling and turned to Roarin, beaming. The dwarf orc cooed cloyingly, speaking with a sweetness reserved for charlatans and salesmen. "We're heading into the city now. Join us and we'll follow you when we finish our business." After her offer was accepted, the group resumed travel. Goal sat on a newly summoned disc with dice in her hand. Next to her walked Roarin, bellowing with laughter, delighted to lose money to the seasoned gambler. 20 feet ahead, Phil's red ears soaked in a lengthy lecture. Mind racing from recent revelations, he distracted himself by pretending to hang on Takal's every word. Oromut's teachings tell how he blessed dragonkind. His golden light bathed all righteous dragons, making their scales shine like metal. However, some dragons coveted the Golden Father's divine power. Shunned by his light, their scales lost their luster, silver faded to white, copper corroded until black, blue hues formed on bronze, brass turned red, and steel was covered in green. Due to their dull colors, these traitors were called chromatic dragons. Takal paused the sermon to examine the tiefling walking alongside him. Phil appeared to be in deep contemplation. She beamed at her audience's reaction and continued. "Good to see that you are internalizing this. Next is the birth of the chromatic dragon's goddess." Through a dark ritual, many sinister dragons twisted together into the abominable Tyalaga. Her 5 heads are remnants of those dragons that sacrificed themselves to create her. Worse still, she gained the power to corrupt mortals and birth evil dragons. Through vile dragonblight, she warps mortal flesh to suit her whims. Righteous dragonborn were made to tend to metallic dragons and combat Tyalagas tainted. A scream and a crash punched through the long-winded lecture. They swiveled to find Goal buried under a pile of bags and muscles. Roarin removed himself from the heap. Phil heaved a sigh. "You both tried to ride the disc, didn't you?" The dwarf orc pushed aside some possessions, revealing her head. "Yeah, so what?" Phil strained to pull travel bags off of her. "Remember what I said about the weight limit? What about the issues with terrain and elevation?" Goal's oblivious look spoke volumes. "We're all hoofing it from here." Hours of travel pushed the sun down onto the horizon. They passed over the undulating hills and swampy floodlands that made up the northern Praetor's back. Takal took point, leading the group. Behind her were Roarin and Phil. The tiefling held up a map, turning it in his hands when necessary. Goal had begun the day at the head of the group, using her lantern to light the early morning. At midday she was in the middle of the pack, with hands behind her head. By the time evening rolled around, she was several feet behind the others. She trudged along miserably, drooping so far that her knuckles nearly touched the ground. Occasionally, she would grunt about how the uneven paths sapped her stamina. Before them stretched a vast, tree-speckled plain. These trees were massive in size but small in number. The city of Cimasla was a dot in the distance. Takal's steady march came to an abrupt halt. "We will not arrive by nightfall. I suggest we camp here and enter the city at first light." Gol rolled her eyes. "Hooray! Chores are my favorite way to end a long day of walking, especially love chopping firewood." Roran put a hand on her shoulder. "A warm fire is a seldom afforded luxury in the wild. Let this wild man show you some survival skills." He grinned broadly and beat his chest with one fist. The wild man walked to one of the large trees that dotted the flatlands north of Cimasla. If split down the middle, its thick trunk could serve as a banquet hall's table. Takal called out to him, but wasn't heard. Roran reached over his left shoulder and gripped his greatsword's handle with both hands, one thumb pressed against an amethyst on its hilt. He leaned forward, bending one knee. Pulling back the blade, he twisted his hips and gritted his teeth. A single swift motion sent steel sailing. The faint glow of the sword became a violet crescent in the air, effortlessly passing through the tree's trunk. It whirled end over end before slicing into soil near Phil. With a creak and a crash, the tree fell to the ground. Circling the stump, Roran admired his work. A series of small chops removed the branches. After several trips, a sizable pile was put in front of Gol. Pulling out her tinderbox, she lit the pile with a single, deft movement. "Just going to leave that log there?" she asked, pointing at the fallen tree. "Goodness no, one mustn't waste the bounty of nature. Let us roll it into town." "What could it fetch in Cimasla?" "It could fetch you 2 to 3 years if they learn where you got it," said Gol, indicating a yellow sign posted on the plant. "On the bright side, that's 3 hots and a cot in Cimasla." Gathering around the fire, they built a modest meal from their remaining rations. "They're not exactly pastries, but I've got biscuits and honey." Phil uncorked a clay jar and laid 4 biscuits on a clean cloth. Thick golden honey drizzled onto the hard biscuits, soaking in slowly. "Allow me to add accoutrement." Takal sprinkled the makeshift pastries with deep red dried fruits. The few that didn't stick to honey were caught by the cloth underneath them. Phil handed one to each person gathered around the fire. "It's no high-class tart, but cheers." Hands were raised with varying levels of excitement. In the blink of an eye, Phil's food vanished. A telltale trickle of honey was the only indicator of its destination. "Watch it, you slob. You sprayed crumbs all over me." Gol chided. Her complaints fell on deaf ears as Phil lifted the cloth. He tipped the end, pouring the loose fruit into his mouth. Roran swallowed a bite and chuckled. "The young lord has quite a sweet tooth." Phil put the cloth back down. "All the sweeter because I got to share it." "You can take my share. I couldn't stomach something so saccharine." Takal passed her pastry to the tiefling. Roran rummaged around his bag. "Maybe this will be more to your liking." He unfolded a leather skin, revealing several strips of meat. They made their way around the fire before returning. "Enjoy." They were caught and cured by this man of the wild. Takal's sharp teeth tore into a strip. "Simply amazing. Could you spare some more?" Roran happily handed her the bundle of leather. Gol was the next to go rummaging through her pack. She pulled out a foul-smelling flask. Removing the lid, she took a quick swig. "Ah, burns so good. Anyone else want a swack?" Phil recoiled. "I've got my water skin." Takal turned up her nose. "No indulgences for me." Roran snatched the flask from Gol's hand. Before Phil could issue a warning, he took a swig and fell backwards. Following the food, the party dispersed. Takal recited nightly prayers while Gol secured her valuables. Roran repurposed his backpack as a pillow, feet falling dangerously close to the campfire. The final party member sat on a rock, trying everything to calm his mind. Phil began by chanting an alarm spell to alert him of visitors. The long ritual did nothing to stop the thoughts. Meeting my family sounds like a dream come true, but why did my horns act up? That normally only happens when the old seating one sends me a message. Next he cleaned and filed his nails, dulling them into a more civilized shape. Despite the distraction, Roran's words buzzed around his head like a cloud of gnats. Last time my horns vibrated, I got started on this whole gem quest. What's my family got to do with that? He moved on to his final resort, thumbing through his spellbook. Snuff the fire when you're done, mumbled Joelle, squeezing into a bedroll. She drifted to dreamland in a matter of seconds. Phil ran his hand along the lumpy spine before opening to a random page. Firelight illuminated the pages, but the text was unintelligible. Just squiggles and a few random words, nowhere near enough to spell out a spell, he chuckled to himself. Occasionally his golden gaze would grasp one or two words. This is how it had always been since becoming a warlock. He'd look at the book and random words would make sense. Come on, old buddy, give me a healing spell. Nothing more helpful than healing. He turned the page. It won't heal anybody, but this one's interesting. It's almost like you, I dunno, disappear. With a little more work, maybe I could. Suddenly, a chime rang in his mind. His head swiveled, searching for the one who breached his barrier. Looking down, he saw a half-asleep Roran, hairy feet aflame. Eyelids fluttered open as the nobleman's messenger felt dirt falling on him. Sitting up and crossing his legs, Roran stared at his liege. Phil's shoes were stained with freshly kicked dirt. Even the pale leather tome in his hands showed signs of the frantic firefighting. Thank you, young lord. Phil brushed himself off. I'm used to people looking down on me, not the opposite. What's got you so convinced I'm your man? Even in the fading daylight, Roran's excitement was clearly visible. Your horns, your eyes, your voice, there is no mistaking you for anyone else. I'm inclined to trust you, but I don't want you to waste your time. That's why your father provided this sword. Roran laid the weapon at Phil's feet. Its infused amethyst served as a guide to find your noble blood. Were it not for many misadventures, we would have met years ago. Phil took a deep breath, ready to refute the entire premise. He was stopped, however, by Roran suddenly springing upright. The wild man's beard tossed from side to side as a burly neck craned in all directions. Unlike the tiefling, he was aware of something sniffing around their packs. Finding nothing edible, it began poking its furry snout into their bags. Like a dirt-covered lightning bolt, Roran leaped on the intruder. Savage growling erupted from him as his muscular frame collided with their pile of supplies. The travel bag's contents were scattered as he grappled the animal. Roran clamped one hand around its jaw while the other grabbed its legs. With a grunt, he sent the beast sailing. Despite the disturbance, Gol slept soundly and snored loudly. Takal, on the other hand, could not rest with the ruckus. She walked to the bags and started reorganizing their contents. Phil's vision adjusted to the darkness. He now saw two wolves circling Roran. Together they leapt, knocking down the muscular man. Snarling, they sunk sharp teeth into both arms. Takal looked up from her tidying. Phil tensed his legs, preparing to fly into action. Roran rapidly brought his arms to his chest, smashing the beasts together. They landed heavily on the dirt, backs arching from agony. Before long, they whimpered and dashed out of sight. Making his way toward the warlock, Roran mentioned offhandedly, spreading certain herbs around your food can deter most animals. Herbs? Plenty of nobles can manage a simple alarm spell. Those that don't pack a peridot instead. Phil's gold eyes were glued to Roran. Are you sure you're some noble house's servant? Roran chuckled heartily, a servant now, but a nobleman by birth. Born a nobleman? The question was delivered with a raised eyebrow and a tone of skepticism. Most nobles cry barbarian at the sight of me now. But you're not the typical nobleman either. Your clothes and spellbook lack a noble's festooning. Just look at that leaky tome in your hand. Those are tears from your cruel remarks. Phil cradled the book before recoiling from its dampness. You may have a point. How about we get some rest and talk about your past on the road? Chapter 7, Cimasla, the free-flowing city. Personality drips from every corner of Cimasla. Soggy patrons stumble down narrow, rain-dampened streets. Inky fluid flows over pale pages, forming laws and wanted posters. Wet paint coats upper-class houses while sweat falls from lower-class workers. Blood runs as stolen alcohol and acid flood backstreets. Liquid metal pours into molds, forging weapons and minting money. Sewage pipes leak as they funnel refuse underground, far away from the fresh waters of the public canals. Weathered 40-foot walls surround the city in a curved, jar-like barrier. When the metropolis was a simple settlement, the walls were erected to protect from external threats. Centuries have erased the nature of this enemy. Canals cut through the city, starting at the rounded walls and traveling inward toward the city's center. They carve Cimasla into 5 sections. For the purpose of architectural design, these areas are denoted Cimasla A, Cimasla B, Cimasla C, and so on. Among the citizenry, these titles are replaced by functional names: the industrial sector, the residential area, the commercial district, and the noble quarter. The only area that holds on to this naming convention is Cimasla B, colloquially known as the B. These slums are rarely referenced on official city documents. Tax collectors have abandoned the territory, leaving gangs and criminals in charge. All of Cimasla's canals meet in its center, forming a circular waterfall. Flowing water falls into a collecting basin so deep, its floor is untouched by sunlight. A featureless white cylinder stands in the middle of this hole. It reaches the depths and rises to a height 8 feet above the surrounding sloped streets. This building is the People's Committee of Cimasla. Despite politicians' efforts, the underground tower and surrounding area are called the cistern by most residents. The governing body is led by a praetor and a council of advisors. This praetor is elected by the council and serves until retirement or death. As praetor, he or she is the final decision-maker on laws proposed by the council of advisors. Their decrees control the flow of goods and money through the city. The flow of information is controlled by the keymaster, a role that answers only to the praetor. Dwarves, humans, and gnomes crowd Cimasla's streets. Hinfolk, half-orcs, and elves are occasionally seen in every district. Dwarves toil in the industrial sector, producing household implements and tools of war. Gnomes assist the city from inside technomancer workshops, devising ways to make magic more practical. Burly half-orcs can be seen carrying lumber for construction projects in the noble quarter. Hinfolk scurry between buildings in the commercial district, facilitating trade. Half-elves clean laundry in the canals of the residential area. The B shares occupants with the other sectors, however, it also houses a greater proportion of monstrous races: kobolds, goblins, dragonborn, and tieflings. The diverse inhabitants share activities encompassing every imaginable avenue of crime: burglary, vandalism, exploitation, smuggling, and assassination. The poor, sick, and young survive through their own cunning or the pity of others. The northmost sector of Cimasla is the noble quarter. High walls surround each lavish house. Despite these fortifications, the flanking canals are unobstructed. Established rulings make city waterways public property. Politicians and nobles cooperate to ensure the cleanliness of canal water in all sectors, if only to discourage undesirables from traveling to the noble quarter for potable water. The University of Flowing Form sits atop the small hill in the noble quarter. The students of this school are taught various topics, however, the campus was best known for its magic instructors. They foster the rare gift of magic aptitude through two curriculums. One involves traditional teaching, books, lectures, tests, and the like. The other approach attempts to lower inhibitions, blurring the lines between individual and environment. The latter method involves dance, therapy, and various forms of art. This line of study has proven to be high risk and high reward. An undergraduate could conjure water instantly, or be reduced to a puddle. Magic, removed from the flashing colors, is the art of channeling aspects of the drop world through the individual. The practice is only grasped by a rare few that are intelligent or in tune enough. Despite great potential, the UFF facility functions primarily as a daycare for pampered elites. Similarly, the professors often dedicate their time to personal, rather than academic, pursuits. The southern edge of the city touches the waiting sea, a body of water that owes its name to generally gentle waters and weather. Merchant ships make up a sizable chunk of Cimasla's commerce, with nobles requesting imported dwarven delicacies from their homeland of Breiner. Common folk can also enjoy rarities such as deep eel, however, the price is often prohibitive. Occasionally an ambitious ship takes the trip around the Cutlass coast to far eastern lands where foreign customs are observed. If they survive the boiling sweet sea, sailors often return with literature and other shelf-stable products worth a small fortune. North of Cimasla is the Praetor's Back, a stretch of land that lost its historic name to common colloquialism. The northernmost section consists of floodlands and undulating hills. The land becomes flatter as one travels south toward Cimasla. Forests in these flatlands once were home to orcs, elves, vulpines, and other once wild races. Over time, civilization's march had flattened the forests, replacing them with sparse groves and agriculture. At the southern end of the Praetor's Back sits Cimasla. Because of its position and the hole in its center, the city is sometimes referred to as the Praetor's Navel by polite society. Impolite circles give the bottom of the Praetor's Back a different name. Chapter 8, Chromatic Instrument. Goal was giddy with the promise of money. I'm heading straight to Mother Mercy once we get the gold. I'm not drinking away our earnings this time. Phil's lips curled into a devilish grin. Can't stop thinking about your mommy. Goal crossed her arms. You know damn well she isn't my mother. That's just what people call her. Why do you have to be so annoying? If you love something, make it suffer. If it stays, it deserves you. Good, I'm leaving. Goal slid down the backstreets like a natural-born burglar from the bee, winding her way around pedestrians and passing through busy bars. She arrived at Mother Mercy's home. It was a seedy shack on the outside, but Goal approached it with the reverence and respect reserved for houses of religion. She doesn't settle for just saving sorry saps like me. Even drops off those enchanting sweets at churches and shelters. The dwarf orc looked to either side and then entered quickly, probably just a marketing tactic. After all, I'm deep in her debt now. Inside the walls were still lined with oddities. Pulsing gemstones around each one held them in stasis. I bet that coat lets you fly. Her hand involuntarily drifted toward the shelf before being pulled back swiftly. No, can't be getting myself deeper in debt. Besides, swiping something would involve knowing what those orange stones do. She patted the disguise box in her pack gently with a wide palm. Already got my artifact. As Goal ruminated, 3 figures emerged from the curtain that separated rooms. The center figure was Mother Mercy, a working parent of 2. Despite the burden, she stood bolt upright, reaching a respectable 5 feet and 8 inches. Her 2 girls, on the other hand, were akin to hinfolk. Mother Mercy's dark brown hair was tied back in a low ponytail. Her long, well-kept nails were hidden by gloves. Sharp black clothes covered her, leaving all but her face to the imagination. That face was dominated by a long, narrow nose and deep-set eyes. Grace, the older, had long cinnamon-brown hair. It traveled down to her waist, which admittedly, wasn't very far. It was highlighted by an occasional strand of gold. All this hair sat atop a pale gangly girl in an immaculate navy suit. The younger, Audra, was a shoulder shorter than her sister. Her pale hair had the consistency of hay. Loose threads stuck out of a frayed white suit. Her pants were torn and her shoes were caked in dry mud. In her hands was a pristine platter of pastries. The matriarch greeted Goal with a raspy voice. "Have you returned with spoils from your adventure? Perhaps something to put towards your tab?" Sullen, Goal responded, "Sorry mother, but not much. I only got a few gemstone shards." Mother Mercy replied calmly, "You're a clever little orc. I'm sure you've already got a new scheme." "Well, I've been traveling with these two knuckleheads. I've got a plan to get us in the good graces of a noble or even the praetor himself. Unfortunately, those two are killjoys." She reached for a sweet roll. Laying a hand on Goal's shoulder, Mother Mercy consoled, "My dear, you can surround a horse in aquamarine, but you can't make it drink." The dwarf orc gnawed a pastry, ripping it in half. "If this doesn't work out, I'll drown these lame horses." "Return to claim your reward?" inquired Takal as Goal approached. "I assume you'll be leaving once you've received payment." "Eager to get rid of me, sonny?" "Sorry, but my plans are my own." She put down her pack and took a seat. "Now shut your trap so I can enjoy the lovely ambience." Cudgel's new meeting place was the polar opposite of the previous one. The party of four waited at the edge of a crowded outdoor marketplace in Cimasla's commercial district. Humble farmers became barkers, attempting to outshout their neighbors. A combination of middle-class and shoeless citizens strolled the old stone streets, clutching their coin purses. The four gathered around a decrepit church. Time had painted the building's white walls in various shades of yellow. Its age was accentuated by shattered windows and broken doors. A broad pair of stairs led into this house of God. Though there were only 2 steps, they were wide enough for a family standing side by side. An old fountain broke up the overgrown grounds. Stagnant water pooled around its 6 dragon heads. Roran sat on the second step, staring at birds overhead. Takal paced around the fountain, pulling slips of scripture from her prayer wheel. Goal and Phil were both lost in thought. Their thoughts never crossed paths because they wandered different worlds. A familiar voice cut through the midday air. "The scroll?" Cudgel asked sharply. "Interesting place for a rendezvous." Goal noted with thick sarcasm. At that moment, a small troop of cistern sentries pushed through the market, chasing Cudgel's heels. Their heavy plate armor was adorned with the city's crest, a stalwart jar breaking the waves of a stormy sea. With a flap of his hand, Cudgel made them stand at attention atop the church's steps. The tiefling's grin could light a moonless night. "See? I told you this guy wasn't lying about his connections." Reaching into his pack, Phil produced the still-glowing scroll. The metal housing was pristine, even after days of travel. The keymaster followed the sentries, stopping by a cracked door. "Looks correct, but I need to be certain you're not cheating me. Have the Dragonborn open it." Phil gingerly placed the artifact in Takal's open hand. The paladin said, "You can open it yourself," before casually tossing it to Cudgel. The mild shock did little to break Cudgel's composure. "Very well." As the scroll unfurled, Takal slid in front of her cohorts, shield raised. "Prepare yourselves," she roared. The sounds of commerce were drowned out by a sudden thunderstorm. As the sky darkened, townsfolk packed up in a panic. Unlike the adventurers, the laymen were unaware of the origin of the sporadic lightning. The scroll's metal housing fell to the ground, leaving the page floating in front of the keymaster. Blue bolts arced from the paper, carving jagged paths through the air. In a moment of stillness, the electricity froze in place. It rapidly reversed direction, drawn back, not to the scroll, but to the old man who unfurled it. The electricity shot into him repeatedly, throwing Cudgel on his back. His dark brown eyes flashed brightly for a moment before slamming shut. The events inspired a variety of responses from those assembled. The cistern sentries stood stoically, hands on their halberds. Goal scanned for an escape route. Phil frantically searched his mind for a spell that'd solve the situation. Roran crouched down to better reach his sword. Last was Takal, who cautiously advanced, shield singed by the rampant magic. The scroll, drained of power, dropped on scorched stone. Cudgel's eyes opened slowly, revealing a set of brilliant blue orbs. His pupil had been replaced with a reptilian slit. Regaining composure, he produced his key ring and inserted a curved key into the nearby door. In the same moment, Takal leaped forward, Morningstar in hand. Her strike met thin air as the door slammed shut in a wave of magenta light. She dropped her weapon to grab the handle. Throwing the door open, the paladin found an empty room. Goal and Roran worked together to pull away a screaming silver dragon. Head of Tyalaga, I'll spill your evil blood. We've got bigger problems. Phil pointed a trembling hand at the cistern sentries. After Cudgel's disappearance, they broke formation. Some signaled local guards. Others cautiously advanced on Phil and friends. Goal slapped a hand over her face. They think we vaporized a public official. As the party fled, they turned back to notice the sentries giving chase. The streetwise warriors ducked into an alleyway, earning themselves a moment of rest. They were forced to squeeze between two buildings as the approaching footfalls grew louder. Their hiding place was far from comfortable. Goal was only able to fit after removing her travel pack and turning sideways. Takal had to duck down to avoid an intricate spider's web. Phil joined last, after an uncomfortable amount of time spent scraping his horns against wooden walls. Rats scurried along the damp stones, occasionally scampering over their feet. Goal attempted to whisper, "We have to leave town. The entire city will be after us." The tiefling quipped, "You're already wanted. That failed little heist. House Leonius, remember?" Under her breath, Goal cursed her orc informant as Phil spoke. "Besides, I'm more interested in what happened to our pal Cudgel. He soaked up so much magic and then just disappeared. Do you think he's dead?" The Dragonborn, unaccustomed to narrow spaces, gasped out, "He lives. I saw the damnable scum vanish into a doorway." She kicked a particularly pudgy rodent. "While you were wrestling wolves, I attempted to ascertain the nature of this scroll. I lack the power to determine its exact function, however, I can distinguish cruel and benign magics, and this scroll was formed from an evil most foul." "Why didn't you tell us?" barked Joel. Takal attempted to reach her holy symbol. "Because I wanted to face this evil directly. I won't let cowardice or treachery interfere in this extermination." Phil held his eyes shut for a moment, returning to reality. "I'd love to hear about your big, righteous plan, but maybe we should first find a way out of Cimasla." Goal winked one hazel eye before pulling the party into a nearby guardhouse. The building was awash with rusted weapons and armor. She glanced around. "Good, they're all out looking for us." She picked up a dented shield and spun it in her hands. "I've got it on good authority that there's a caravan leaving today." "Intel from Mommy," chirped Phil. His mouth was shut rapidly by a fist to the crown. Tiefling teeth clamped down on an unsuspecting tongue. "My informant," she continued, "tells me that House Gemfounder will be transporting provisions to a dwarven mining settlement, expensive stuff straight from Bairdbaran. That means they'll have a substantial armed guard." Nursing a swollen tongue, Phil meekly interjected, "Guards are the last thing we need now." Takal nodded in agreement before returning to her post at the guardhouse's entrance. Goal shook her head. "You aren't thinking this through. The best place to hide from guards is among them." She chucked some greaves to Phil. "Anyway, the guard detail is an independent group. A little of my makeup magic and we'll look like any other cell's words." Regaining his courage and the use of his tongue, Phil countered, "That rooster hair of yours will stick out like a big red sore thumb. This isn't a fashion statement, it's a disguise. I've got to keep ahead of the wanted posters." Goal tried to force a helmet over his horns. I've got the materials to make any color you can imagine. She opened a small box, revealing vials of neon fluid and packs of odorous powder. The others recoiled before succumbing to their fate. After the makeover, they joined a group of similarly armored escorts marching the caravan out of Cimasla's city walls. Phil elbowed his paladin pal and spoke from the corner of his mouth. "Hey, Takal, what happened to Keymaster Cudgel? And why'd you want to bleed him or whatever? Tyalaga has taken him. That fiend would reduce my heritage to cinders given the chance. The chromatic dragons are her children and slaves. She won't rest until the drop world bends to her evil influence." Phil leaned closer, putting his index finger to his lips. "Sounds like you need to have a friendly chat with her. One does not hold idle conversation with gods." Takal raised her holy symbol, admiring the serpentine gold dragon on it. "They are powerful otherworldly beings that seldom grace the material drop world." The tiefling's two hands patted downward, indicating that Takal should lower her volume. "Then she can't bother you." The dragonborn dug her claws into the caravan's wooden side. "Tyalaga has many followers in this drop world. Most vile of them are called Heads of Tyalaga. They are avatars who channel the power of her 5 heads, using dragonblight to forge dark dragons." "Takal, you're getting a little loud," whispered Phil desperately. "I shall slay these 5 fiends and end the scourge of Tyalaga's dragonblight. Without servants to obscure and protect her, Oromut can deliver justice to that abominable god." An authoritative voice from the front declared, "Quiet." The tiefling leaned in closer. "Just one more question, where's Roran?" Chapter 9, Mobile Prison. 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head. I'm still human-shaped. Cudgel patted his body, taking stock of his limbs. He was upset but unsurprised to find additional appendages as well. If only that silver dragonborn had opened the scroll. "I can't even tell if I'm a vassal or a vessel now." A sad chuckle escaped wrinkled lips before falling past a pointed white beard. The hairs stuck out in all directions, frazzled by static in the air. "I've lost all the assets I've built up as Keymaster. I shudder to think what would happen if I returned to the cistern like this." He paced impatiently, sharp nails grazing a line of doors. The ribbons of magenta light bounced off newly formed scales. "So far I've only succeeded in creating giant produce and zombifying a fort full of peasants. The only success was myself, and I scarcely know why. Maybe harnessing Tyalaga's blessing requires great faith or great strength. I'll need more subjects to confirm the criteria." After clawing for the key ring, Cudgel opened an ornate door. The dull silver trim was damaged as inhuman strength slammed it shut. Each step left gash marks in pristine architecture underfoot. The monstrous man's musing resumed, echoing off a tall, domed ceiling. "Converting Oromut's dogs would be ideal, but impractical. I've confirmed 4 siblings, but none of them seem cooperative." A talon tapped tapered teeth. "Dragonborn might be more receptive to Tyalaga's teachings if they come from mouthpieces, someone other than me. There's just no accounting for my lack of manpower." As he drifted onto a balcony, azure arms made sweeping gestures over the cityscape. "If only I could replace the tax-dodging leeches of this city with loyal chromatic dragons." Spying his own pale blue palm, a cruel grin started to spread under an elongated snout. The caravan's troop gave few opportunities to flee. When traveling, guards were assigned in 2-person rotations, preventing any substantial collaboration. The 3 conspired at mealtimes but were otherwise powerless. This was compacted by their individual miseries, which made them unwilling to share thoughts through telepathy. Takal found herself frustrated by the guard detail's morality, noting that they were more hopeless than her 2 tagalongs. She seethed with acidic fury, wishing she hadn't let Tyalaga's avatar escape. Goal was concerned about returning to her informant penniless. She panicked, "I can't go back empty-handed. I don't have a single silver to show for this, and information doesn't come cheap." "Phil, buzzing with nervous energy, lamented, "Why worry about money when we lost a companion? He didn't seem accustomed to the city. Our friend is probably rotting in a cell. And any chance to meet my parents will rot with him." Slamming the table, Takal raised her voice, "Your sorrows are puddles compared to the ocean of my regret. An agent of dragon blight stood before me, but I failed to enact righteous vengeance. Now that abomination is free to spread the taint of Tyalaga." "Come on, Sonny, cheer up," announced Joel, grinning. "You know I hate when you call me that," grumbled the paladin. "I can't imagine a better reason, Sonny." Her grin grew as she turned to Phil. "At least you didn't abandon your entire purpose because some Neanderthal mistook you for family." Phil fired back, "Roran's got something to do with that gem. I can just tell." The raucous conversation ended abruptly, with the trio chastised and divided by the guard's leader. The caravan returned to the rough road shortly after. The wagon's wheels struggled over rubble as it cut through an abandoned village. Whispering guards traded stories of the ghost town's origins. No two tales aligned perfectly. The line between fact and fantasy were blurred, but all stories shared a common thread. Each one featured some kind of horrible happening. Some spoke of glowing eyes while others described pale human husks. Murmurs mentioned magical experimentation in a forsaken fortress. There was talk of clandestine disappearances and ghoulish monsters. Superstition must have captured the superiors, because they were unusually quiet despite the chatter. The ruins were left behind in a matter of minutes. However, a palpable dread followed the caravan for many more miles. 2 days' travel led them halfway around the circumference of the slugwood. Its trees were slick, crooked, and generally leafless. The few green pieces of vegetation seemed to thrive in spite of or as a result of their dying neighbors. A pale mist hung in the air, obscuring its deeper reaches. The marshy floor of the slugwood was covered by the forest's namesake. An opportunity for escape presented itself at a small settlement called Melange Village. The three had been assigned to the night guard. Their shifts aligned for the first time since leaving Cimasla. Washing off the cosmetics, they hid among the villagers. At first light, the wagon left the town with guard detail in tow. The next roll call found the unit short by 3 able bodies. Chapter 10, Slug M if you got M. The village of Melange was unexceptional in most ways. Glasses clinked in the bar. Beasts of burden meandered around pens. Dried meat hung alongside barrels of salt. The only outstanding feature was obscured by humble huts and fields of grain. Phil took a stroll while his friends relaxed at the inn. Takal dedicated her time to prayer while Goal swiped from unattended storerooms. The red-skinned city dweller soaked in the small-town life. "Look at them," he thought as he ducked out of the path of a child chasing a dog. "Hardly 100 of them and they all work together. The bee is bigger than this entire village and I doubt you could get 3 people to cooperate if their lives depended on it." Phil bumped into an open barrel of fruit. "There's even an honor system for supplies. They don't even gawk at monstrous races much." Before long, he was drawn to a gathering of people. They crowded around a fixture so large, it cast an afternoon shadow over those assembled. A notice board in the inn had informed Phil of the town's attractions. Most prominent among them was the iron-skinned giant. This claim to fame brought in adventurers for miles. The bulliest and most cunning were unable to even scratch it. In the center of the crowd stood a new challenger. The brute, big as a building, pulled back his arms. He clutched a hammer in sausage-sized fingers. His swings connected with the green Goliath, prompting the crowd to share a gasp. Several minutes of desperate swinging followed. The man, head downturned, skulked away in defeat. Phil pushed through the dispersing crowd, desperate to find the man's opponent. At the town center was the largest melon the tiefling ever saw. The rind was like rock and the stripes' size were akin to building lumber. His golden eyes narrowed as he formulated a foolproof plan. With charisma and tenacity, the tiefling talked most of the town's population into his scheme. Satisfied with the throng, Phil made his way to Mélange's general store. Slapping 2 silver coins on the counter, he said, "Shopkeep, one of your finest oak sticks." After providing the product, the shopkeep watched the scrawny red man line up the entire town. A little girl was the last in the line. She struggled to stay upright as the stick was slapped into her hands. Phil moved past 100 townfolk as he walked to the front of the line. Squeezing in front of a balding farmer, the tiefling stood inches from the unbreakable melon. "Begin." With a shout, his plan was put into motion. The townsfolk began passing the stick between them, gathering speed with each handoff. In the space of a few seconds, it traveled a ludicrous distance. By the time it arrived at the end of the line, the stick practically crackled with energy. Phil reached back, grabbing a branch imbued with the power of a small army. He raised his hand skyward, striking the melon's rind with full force. The effect was instantaneous. In response to his blow, the melon shook, swaying on the spot. The crowd gathered around, hoping to glimpse the fruits of their labor. As their eyes fell on the felonious fruit, hearts sank. The melon was unscathed. The only evidence of the strike was a snapped branch in Phil's hand. Throwing down the stick, the tiefling sulked. The commotion disrupted Takal's communion inside the inn, so she exited in an attempt to discover its source. She strolled unnoticed behind the massive plant. Takal watched the branch snap, admiring the noble effort. Shortly after Phil's modest strike, a glowing morning star hit the melon from behind. Chunks sprayed the villagers, who screamed in delight. Dusk was greeted with cheers and feasting. Growing tired of the celebration, Phil returned to the inn triumphant. He was greeted by a sweet-smelling, scaly scamp. "Hail Phil! How went your exploration of Mélange?" The tiefling nearly jumped out of his red skin at the opportunity. "Well, I convinced the entire village to help me crack that legendary melon. Would you believe I was too busy being tossed in the air to take a bite?" He caught a whiff of Takal. "Smells like you were in the splash zone too. I suspect the entire village was showered in this rancid juice." The dragonborn ran a damp cloth between the metal strips of her splint armor. "Thank Oromut that I did not ingest the cloying toxin. Way to overreact, Sonny." Goal entered the room, weighed down by new acquisitions. "Sweets, gold, alcohol, warmth, is there anything fun you don't hate? This sweetness is nowhere near as repulsive as your unchecked selfishness." Takal dabbed the leather layer on her arm. Goal protested, "These were obtained on the honors system. Then obviously you have no honor." As the dwarf orc unloaded her pockets, Phil slid back into the conversation. "We're not exactly living like Leonius, but at least we've got plenty of provisions now." He watched as the table filled with salt, poultry, and tubers. There should be more than enough to return to Cimasla. Goal slammed some sausages against the table and raised her voice to fill the room. "Return? That city wants us dead." Selfish and cowardly, an unsurprising combination. Takal moved on to cleaning her face. "I support our return. That way I may strike down one of Tyalaga's avatars." Phil waited for the dwarf orc to finish removing a carrot from her boot before addressing her. "Looks like you've been outvoted, Joel." She kicked a round fruit that had rolled out of her hood. "Fine. You idiots would be caught in an instant without me anyway." After a night spent sorting their supplies, the three returned to the road. Phil consulted the map and groaned, "The hike back to Cimasla will be a long one. First we head south, then we have to make our way around the slugwood. After that it's down the Praetor's back." "We'll cut through the slugwood and arrive at our destination swiftly," commanded the paladin, pointing at the sea of withered trees. "With Oromut's aid, we'll exit unscathed. It's nice to have dreams, Takal." There was a punctuated pause. Phil's face got redder. "We can't simply stroll through these woods. The trees' thoughts are screaming. They already dislike us." Goal countered, "Normal trees don't think." She strolled closer to the edge of the forest as Phil protested. These trees aren't dash. At that moment, a huge husk of a tree lurched forward. Its trunk skittered across the ground using roots as legs. One of its thick wooden arms swung savagely at Gol. She leaped onto the attacking limb and pulled out a short sword. As Gol started stabbing, the leafless Goliath carried her to its barren crest. It was topped with gnarled, twisted branches that curved inward like a crown. The dwarf orc attacked wildly as branches closed around her, carving chunks out of the enchanted plant. Overwhelmed, she braced herself and crashed through the side of her wooden cage, hitting the ground alongside a shower of twigs. Gol looked up to see Takal approaching, holy symbol in hand. Halt, weak-willed abomination. The image of Oromut on her symbol radiated golden light. Glowing waves lapped the sapient tree's bark, causing it to slow to a stop. Phil stored the map and took out his spellbook in time to see a second assailant approach. A short humanoid emerged from the woods, dripping underneath animal hide armor. A mottled purple blob was attached to its shoulder. The new creature's presence caused the recently rampaging tree to wander back into the woods. Creeping nearer, the wet one stretched a damp hand toward Takal. The adventurers took a step back as it opened an ooze-crusted mouth. Nifty trick, but the slugwood's pretty tough if you don't know your way round it. The filthy creature circled the group, studying them with a pair of large green eyes. Will ain't use a couple of funny-looking fellas. But tough-lookin', too. Maybe you're the ones what'll work ood. Takal barked, state your name and intentions, fiend. Dis ol' tin can is awful steamed. I oughta call ya tea kettle. The creature fanned a hand in Takal's direction. Bending down, Phil met its gaze. With overabundant friendliness, he gave a greeting. Hello, little slimy shorty. Could you tell us your name? The creature studied his red skin before responding. Hader Crabcake. I'm Townhound Cuppy Dimble Steppen Mock. The tiefling was momentarily stunned by the barrage of names. Recovering from his shock, Phil asked, do you maybe have a shorter name? Cuppy's my favorite name. How's about y'all call me dat? She twirled around, causing the sewn-together pelts on her body to rustle slightly. Ain't I just the cutest little gnome gal ya Eva did see? Phil nodded. I'm sure you clean up nicely. Can I help you remove that from your shoulder? He attempted to brush aside the sizable purple globule. Oh, and ma buddy here is Slugsy. Say hi Slugsy. Two eye stalks rose from the blob, craning toward Phil. After revealing itself to be a slug, the animal's eye stalks withdrew, returning its body to a blobby shape. Well, ain't you's a little stinka? Sorry dear folks, he ain't a big fan o' folks from outside the slugwood. The dwarf orc, holding her tongue for long enough, exploded. You want us to believe you live in a place that's been hostile to most mammals for hundreds of years? Nice try, but the armor gives you away. She dismissed the dragonborn with a flapping hand. Takal, go say a prayer or something. I'm gonna knock out this lying gooball and swipe any goods she's got. Turning to meet her eyes, Cuppy slopped out, hold on der Mugsy. I ain't no criminal. Her small hands waved frantically in an attempt to de-escalate the situation. Takal cut in, I may regret this but do not hurt this thing. Whatever it is not evil. Oromut will prove as much. While she chanted, the small figure flipped slippery hair and danced between poses. Gol pulled Phil aside for a discreet conversation. I don't trust this thing. I'm not even sure what this thing is. A red finger was wagged in Gol's face. Weren't you listening? She's a unfortunate little gnome girl. What does this gnome girl want with us? The poor thing must be starved for companionship. We don't need another hanger-on to distract us. Gol jerked her head in Takal's direction. A flippant flourish of the fingers attempted to assuage her apprehension. Gol, Gol, Gol. We help others and they help us. First this Cuppy character, then poor Roran, and finally the seeding one who gave me my magic. Before long, the whole drop world will be friends with philanthropy, tiefling savior. Let's just say I'm skeptical of their repayment plans. Goal brushed away Phil's fluttering phalanges with the back of her hand. Now what about that gem? Oh, that's for the third guy. Not sure why he wants it. Noticing that Takal's chant had ended, Phil turned his head away from the conversation. Oh, it looks like our time's up. Finishing the spell, Takal nodded slowly. In an instant, the speech-starved shrimp shrieked, "Ya alright wid me tea kettle? Stick closen, we'll slide right through dis forest." Slide? Asked the Dragonborn. "Ya betcha metal amra." For massive mollusks emerged from the slugwood, whisking the wanderers away. As they slid on the backs of slugs and snails, each attempted to adapt to their ill-suited steeds. Goal clutched an enormous shell with arms and legs, hanging on tightly as the snail swerved between trees. Takal held her breath atop a spotted slug, praying for the ride to end. Phil grasped two eye stalks and bounced between excitement and terror. All the while, their three faces were flicked by foliage. The leading animal moved more smoothly than the rest. This sky-blue slug had a sly surfer on its back. Cuppy ricocheted off bushes and bobbed under branches. At the front, their gnomish guide raised her voice, "De old stiffs in de druid circle neva woulda done dis. Dere all about dose fuzzies. I can't talk de best cause dey crummy out a long time ago." Hanging on for their lives, the remaining party members cried out together, "What?" After dodging trees for a short eternity, the adventurers arrived at the forest's edge. As the forest thinned, a sprawling swamp opened up. They dismounted, each regaining balance at different intervals. A piece of wood with writing dangled from a nearby tree. "It must be a sign," exclaimed Phil. He was swiftly kicked by his dwarf orc companion. Turning it around, he noticed waterlogged text warning of danger. Cuppy's small foot sank into the muddy ground as she turned around. "Ya lucky ya had me. Parts of dat forest'll choke de life outta ya if de livin' trees don't getcha first." She pulled aside a section of her hide armor to allow her pet slug to squirm back onto her shoulder. "Ain't ya proud of me, dear crab cake?" She stated at Phil, only to find him lost in an inspection of the horizon. This marshy terrain breaks into plains to the south. His tail slapped his trousers as he thought aloud. "That puts us near the top of the Praetor's back. I'd say we're just a few days away from Cimasla." Phil's gaze fluttered down from the distance to find scores of spiked slugs emerging from the marsh. Green barbs oozed from the surface of each pony-sized mollusk. Cuppy noticed the concerned faces and nervously confessed, "Maybe I should mention dat not all de slugs love me. Bet dese fellas tink I'm stealin' dere family. Dere madder den de druids, and dose guys said I ruined de forest. Ya see Her rambling was drowned out by an onslaught of sloshing sounds. Groaning, Goal said to herself, "I'd bet 20 gold that the druid circle kicked her out because she never shuts up." Takal bellowed as she readied her weapon. "We must break through." Phil directed a timid remark at Cuppy, "Maybe you can mediate?" "Better idea." Goal loosened the belt securing a sack to her back. Grinning, she started rifling through the bag. Their conversation was paused as they flinched from sprays of sludge. Calf-high water crashed into the swampy bank, driven forward by a platoon of spongy beasts. Their mounts scattered as hostile slugs slowly surrounded the group. The warlock winced. "I'd love to hear that idea now." Goal pulled out a handful of small grains. Some slipped between her fingers as she moved forward. Phil sagged, "Pocket sand? What good is that?" "Not pocket sand. Pocket salt." Goal's hand flew forward, peppering the nearest beast with granules. As the material struck its slick skin, the slug started to shrink. It writhed in agony, thrashing nearby allies. Phil stared at the flopping foe and smiled. Look at him dancing. They must love this stuff. I've heard that cats feel the same way about certain plants. Covering the gnome's mouth, Goal slid salt into the tiefling's palm. Phil skipped through the muck, cheerfully tossing fistfuls of salt like flower petals. The cistern was pretty quick to issue wanted posters, thought the burgundy-haired half-elf as she flipped through the stack of papers. In front of her was a notice board plastered with pictures of roughnecks and cutthroats. Reeks of politics. Maybe the head of House Leonius is trying to keep us civil servants busy so he can bribe his way out of paying taxes. As her mind wandered, she turned her back to the board. Yo, redhead. Save some for the rest of us. In front of her was a man in mahogany leather armor. He reached out a tattooed arm and snatched the top 3 posters from the pile. The half-elf jammed the remaining copies in her satchel. Those posters are new, so there hasn't been much investigation. The accused may be very dangerous or may be completely innocent. Don't worry about good ol' Moss, babe. I specialize in catching the ugly ones. This bounty hunter has bagged more monsters than your family has pointed ears. Moss skimmed the pages. Tyalaga's taint. These nasty buggers took out the keymaster. I'll need to prepare some extra special surprises for them. He stuffed the sheets in a pocket and strolled away. The top line of each page was visible as he passed by. Wanted, Gold Drunkerart Lux, Wanted, Mapmage Philanthropy, Wanted, Takal, Sunnyside, Dutime. Chapter 11, Home on the Horizon. Takal scrutinized the gnome with a furrowed brow. My answer is no. Come on, tea kettle. Crabcake agrees, don'tcha? Cuppy jerked a thumb towards Phil, who shrugged. Cimasla's a day away and we haven't got a good plan yet. More allies might help. Goal cut in, city might have calmed down since we left, but more people still means more chances to get caught. Cuppy's emerald eyes grew to the size of saucers. Please, I ain't never had so much excitement. Those druids only cared about fuzzies. Day said I was useless and took off when the forest rotted. Those druids were so cruel to this poor little girl. Phil pleaded. Have a heart, Joel. Have a brain, Phil. Goal side-eyed the tiefling. You know she's a gnome, right? They may be small, but they live a long time. Tell me, Cuppy, how long have you lived in the slugwood? Come on, Mugsy. It was only a century or 2. The gnome kicked the back of her foot and looked down bashfully. And I'll bet she was alone that entire time, argued Phil. Goal clicked her tongue. I don't care how lonely she is. All I care about is what she can do for us. How's 'bout yous take a look, I can help ya. Cuppy's tongue shot from her mouth, stretching until it was nearly 3 feet long. It flew out and retracted in the span of seconds. In the brief moment it was fully extended, her tongue ended in a lumpy mass of dripping spines. And if dat don't do ya. With 3 waves of her arms she assaulted a nearby tree. First it was eaten by insects. Seconds later, it was splashed with acid. The third arm swing conjured a poison cloud that turned the tree to rotten mush. Phil elbowed Joel. You gotta admit that she'd be handy. Goal stood with arms crossed, emanating resentment. We're wanted by the cistern. Fancy fireworks won't do much to keep us hidden. Takal added, agreed. We'll need more than combat magic. Cuppy slid between the other 3. Well, den Mugsy, I've got a prize for ya. Fog shot from the gnome's palms, obscuring the area around the group. But dat ain't all. Her palms turned upward and everything vanished. Joel, Phil and Takal looked around, but all they saw was murky blackness. Magic darkness, squealed the warlock. Not even I can conjure this. Instantly, the world was visible again. The 3 noticed that Cuppy had moved while in the darkness. She was now kneeling by the recently destroyed tree, chanting a spell. The magic tinted the area with orange light. Slowly, a sprout emerged from the remains of the tree. Betcha didn't see dat come in. It even works on people. Phil clapped together his hands. She's accelerating the natural healing process. Well, is this enough to convince you too? The dragonborn snorted, releasing a fine mist. Oromut would not condone such. She cut her sentence short by diving toward Cuppy. The swooning gnome dropped into Takal's arms. But any righteous god would respect this such dedication. Struggling against the sliminess, she eventually laid Cuppy down gently. Slugsy crawled on top of her, eye stalks radiating concern. Phil inspected the fainted gnome. Her druidcraft is impressive. But that much spellcrafting would exhaust anybody. Takal laid a hand on Cuppy's chestnut hair. Little one, I too am capable of minor healing. A clawed hand cupped Oromut's holy symbol. A simple prayer caused warm golden light to envelop the druid. Well, ain't that touching? Enough to bring a grizzled bounty hunter to tears. Their heads swiveled to find a man in mahogany leather armor. A bandana covered the lower half of his face. Tribal tattoos spiraled up his exposed arms. Belts secured innumerable pouches across his body. Leaping to her feet, Gol reached for her blades. She saw the hunter pull back his arm and rotate his wrist. As Gol's fingers grabbed the hilts, he whipped his hand forward, flinging bolus. With a nimble leap to the side, the dwarf orc avoided them. She was stunned to feel a second set of bolus wrap around her ankles, forcing her to the ground. How rude. I didn't get the chance to introduce myself. He lazily juggled a small blade with one hand. The name's Moss. Now, lick my boots or there'll be blood on my knife. Takal drew her morningstar and shield, taking a battle stance. Fool. Stealth is the only advantage cretins like you can claim. But now you stand before me. She charged forward, reeling back her weapon arm. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Moss hurled the knife. It rapidly cut through the air, separating the bounty hunter and his prey. Takal raised her shield, deflecting it effortlessly. Glimmers of gold gathered around her morningstar. It was wrenched forward in a shining arc toward Moss. The attack was stopped by Takal's sudden drop in elevation. Savage. Using a pit trap on people? I'd hardly call you people. Moss looked down at the trapped dragonborn. This here is just a tool of the trade. I'm afraid I didn't have time to add spikes. Consider this my apology. Moss dropped a small satchel into the pit. Takal's chest swelled from an intake of air. Her jaw unhinged, shooting a cone of blizzard breath upward. The bounty hunter took a step back and watched the frost dissipate. You dragon freaks are always huffing and puffing. All that breathing is a bit of a crutch. To her surprise, Takal felt woozy. Looking around, she noticed a thin stream of smoke coming from the satchel. That oughta hold you. It's not cheap, but it works wonders. Phil reached out his mind and met a dark void of hatred. Removing his gloves and swirling his arms, the warlock started condensing energy. Shortly after, he began to chant a spell from memory. Poking around my head, speaking spells. TSK, TSK. We can't have that. Moss was on him in an instant. A flask of liquid splashed towards Phil's mouth. The tiefling reflexively covered his face, forcing the fluid onto his exposed hands. The warlock fell to the ground, rolling and writhing in agony. It burns, he shrieked as acid ripped away the top layer of his skin. Now you won't be casting spells anytime soon. Moss dumped a vial of thick adhesive over Phil's shoes. And that'll stop you from going anywhere quick. The bounty hunter looked around. The dragonborn laid motionless at the bottom of the trap. The tiefling whined and rolled around screaming. The strange orc, however, was already unwinding her restraint. Moss dove towards Joel. He landed on top of her, knees pinning down her arms. He craned forward, forcing a vial down her throat. She choked and spluttered before passing out. Moss casually strolled over to the still unconscious Cuppy. This one wasn't on the poster, but I'm sure I can bag a few silver for it. He threw a net over the gnome and hoisted her over his shoulder. I'll chuck this in the cart and come back for the others. Moss took a few steps before noticing the net get lighter. The sensation was accompanied by a hissing sound and a strange smell. He turned around to see the gnome on one knee. Chestnut hair draped over her face, her body shook from desperate panting. Moss stepped toward her. "Make it easy on yourself. Lay down and I won't hurt you." Her head snapped forward and an emerald gaze burned into the bounty hunter. Suddenly her mouth flew open, releasing a tongue like a spiked club. Cuppy whipped her neck, sending spikes into the moss's calf. They pierced armor and cut into flesh before retracting. Moss inspected the damage. Green ooze melted the armor around the puncture wound. "You cheeky little freak. It'll take something special to put you down." The bounty hunter knelt down, wincing from the pain in his leg. His hand found a small pouch just above his boot. Moss slowly stood up, revealing several long needles between his fingers. "Just one of these should slow you down for a while." A fan of needles flew at Cuppy. She closed her eyes and pressed her fists together. The projectiles ricocheted off skin like hardened bark. Moss desperately searched his arsenal. He found a bag of caltrops fastened to his belt. The sack was turned inside out, scattering the barbs along the ground. "I wasn't prepared for the short one. Can't win this, but I can get away." Moss turned around, limping away from the rough terrain he had created. His back was slammed by a gigantic amorphous shape. As the drop world faded to black, the giant slug on top of him morphed back into a gnome girl. "The wounds have been tended, but there's still no recourse for this blackguard." Takal nudged Moss with her foot. Rope bound the man by his arms, legs, and mouth. Cuppy sat nearby, feeding Slugsy. "Yous can do whatever you like. I already showed em what I can do." Goal checked the binding securing the bounty hunter. Once she was satisfied, the dwarf orc started picking pockets. "I'll take some of his toys. Might be handy." Phil walked over to the trapped bounty hunter and removed the rope from his mouth. After a quick cough, Moss complained, "Tyalaga's teeth. At least buy me a stiff drink first." Unflapped, Phil asked, "Are you ready to say you're sorry?" Moss released a bone-chilling chuckle. "I'll do anything to get my pay, anything but be polite to monsters." Goal gave him a quick kick. "Don't worry, my buddies in the bee will teach you some manners. I bet some of them will even recognize you." Moss's screams could be heard echoing through the slums as the party rolled him into the alleys of the bee. The bounty hunter brushed buildings and bumped into troughs as he traveled. His spinning disrupted back alley dice dealers, causing them to gawk as the man streaked past. He came to a stop at the feet of two half-orcs, one of which was shockingly well-dressed for the slums. The more debonair of the pair knelt down to examine the bound man. "What do we have here?" "Now, if it isn't our old acquaintance Moss." The bounty hunter spat at the half-orc and made a futile attempt to squirm away. "Go rot, you half-breed half-brothers. Guessing you share a mother. Probably share her with half the bee." Tisk, tisk. The half-orc shook a thick finger at Moss. "That's no way to talk to upstanding citizens like us." He glanced at his sibling, who grunted in reply. "After our little altercation, we got out on good behavior." He held both sides of Moss's bandana with one hand. "You deserve something for helping us cool our heads." The other brother nodded and drew a wide-bladed sword. Sunlight glinted off the edge as it was raised skyward. Moss let out a string of curses only to have his cloth-wrapped mouth covered by a meaty hand. "Your leg looks terribly unhealthy." The half-orc's eyes lingered on Moss's calf and the puncture wound still visible on it. Amputation, free of charge. Chapter 12, Life in Cimasla. It's finally happening. Brian Draynard blinked twice, holding his eyes shut for several seconds. Upon opening them, he read the signboard, Philosophical Business Consulting. The oversized sign teetered on top of a small house. It was rectangular and nearly as tall as its owner. Leaning against the wall, it was kept aloft by a door frame and good intentions. Both ends spilled over the side of the building's pointed roof. He swelled with pride thinking about the sign and the new enterprise it represented. I've tried many, many occupations and interests in the past, but this one, yes, this one will work out. Brian jumped onto a low windowsill, pressing a splayed palm against the sign. His other hand carefully adjusted the angle through a series of painfully precise motions. A little more to the left. No, now back to the right. After roughly 20 attempts, he was satisfied with the position. The businessman put one hand in his pocket and rifled around. Looks like I used most of my nails just building this. Should have 3 left to pin it in place. Brian hopped down from the windowsill and pocketed the 3 nails that were left next to a mound of wood remnants. Taking several steps backward, he admired his work. The second-hand boards were painstakingly cut to size. Nails had been hammered with finesse, leading to a perfectly flat profile on the backboard. Though difficult to notice, the painted words followed a meticulous pattern of raised wood. The occasional gust of wind would cause it to wobble atop the doorframe. I'm an intellectual alchemist. Commercial district rates are pretty steep, so I'll have to work and live in the same building. It'd be bearable if I wasn't splitting the rent with her. Without warning, the door swung open. Hinges screaming, as it slammed into the side of the house. This impact sent the sign crashing to the ground. It shattered into innumerable pieces as it landed. The doorway was filled by a bulky woman wearing overalls. Her clothes were stained with a kaleidoscope of colors. Sheathing scissors in her belt, she started down Cimasla's stone streets. I'm out of dye. I'm going to the store. Picking up the splintered sign, he watched the brash beautician fade from view. Pick up some nails too, he yelled after her, knowing that it was in vain. Brian swept the wooden fragments into a pile and began piecing them together. An excruciating half-hour's work yielded a single completed corner and a small headache. I think you're the man I've been looking for. Ripping his gaze away from the broken sign, Brian saw a slender woman. Her burgundy hair and pointed ears mesmerized him in an instant. He fluttered to his feet and locked eyes with the half-elf. The businessman's delusion was broken by a parchment roll shoved in his face. Irma Autumnleaf, City Tax Collector. I'm searching for the proprietor of Philosophical Business Consulting. Brian unrolled the page and read aloud, New business registration fee. Payment due immediately. Irma took back the paper. You are the newest tenant on this street, correct? Don't. Well, you see, Brian's heart raced like a stallion, but his brain was as slow as a slug. Okay, not up to date with the neighbors. An easier question. You're in the commercial district, what kind of business do you run? The half-elf leaned in, raising an eyebrow. No. Ho ho, I'm thoroughly unemployed. I mooch off my sister if you must know. Cold sweat gushed down Brian's back. Irma cocked her head to the side. What's all this wood on the ground? This wood, oh, little hobby of mine, it's like a big puzzle. He made a rainbow arch with his hands. How fun. My job is deathly boring. Maybe I'll join you when I'm done tracking down this deadbeat. Brian gulped. His throat was a desert on the surface of the sun. I couldn't stomach the thought of you getting a splinter. No ma'am. Can't have that. Couldn't stomach you hurting your dainty fingers, no. Don't worry, I always carry gloves. Helps me grip my crossbow. She directed his attention to the hand crossbow on her hip. In response, he toppled over, knocked out. Irma poked around his pockets, finding a modest coin purse. Now the accounts are balanced, she said to herself as she counted the exact amount. Tucking the money into her bag, she placed a foot on the low windowsill. She kicked off, sending her slender body onto the slanted roof. Irma crouched down as she slid, jumping when she reached the roof's edge. Rolling, she landed atop an adjacent building. The tax collector continued in this way, jumping, diving, rolling and bouncing over rooftops, until she arrived at the next business on her list. This isn't work, it's art, thought Irma, desperate to convince herself. Her pointed ears caught the sounds of the city, drunkards rambling, children playing, couples fighting. She narrowed keen elven eyes and focused on her target. Her slender fingers gripped the one-handed crossbow. Resting its riser on the rooftop's edge, she steadied her aim. Her right hand clutched the grip while her left pulled a pair of bolts from her quiver. The first was slotted into the crossbow and the second was held at the ready. She pulled the trigger, exposing a green gem to the open air. With a whoosh, 2 shots flew out in quick succession. A pair of thuds interrupted the patrons of a commercial district bar. The owner went outside to find 2 sheets of paper nailed to the building by crossbow bolts. They read by decree of the praetor, "This facility is condemned and violations, delinquent taxes, unregistered corrosives, unapproved water wheels." He muttered a curse while watching a half-elf flip gracefully away, jumping from balconies to rooftops. Irma took a break on top of a small house. The sunlight filtered through her burgundy hair, tinting the drop world red. She reviewed her stack of papers. Just wanted posters and tax invoices left. The cistern doesn't pay me enough for this job. Posting invoices is always miserable. Nobody's excited to see the tax collector. She scrutinized a particularly poorly drawn criminal. But I'll take invoices over wanted posters any day. I know the people who commission them. Her thoughts faded into a familiar, yet unpleasant memory. You're not going anywhere now. Irma advanced on the criminal with cocksure swagger. He hung by his cloak, which was pinned against a wooden wall by a crossbow bolt. Drop the goods and you'll get off with a night in jail, announced Irma with authority, pointing to the badge on her lapel. You know what this means? You're under arrest. The thief's small red hands unfurled, dropping a few strips of meat. Noticing the food, Irma put away her weapon. And I might have some leftover lamb chowder at the station. A deep voice came from behind the half-elf officer. Great work, Corporal Autumnleaf. But if it was me, I would have put the bolt between its eyes. The lieutenant strolled past Irma. He brushed back blonde bangs to inspect the culprit. All these demons know is crime. Maybe I'll give this one a souvenir, something to remind M to never break the law again. He pulled a jagged knife from his belt. Irma watched in frozen horror as the lieutenant lifted the tiefling by one horn and slowly sawed it off. The red-skinned boy dropped to the ground, collapsing into a scrawny sobbing pile. Transparent tears fell like a rain of diamonds from his pupil-less eyes. At the station, the severed horn became the centerpiece of her co-worker's desk. Occasionally, he'd parade around town wearing it as a necklace. The sight of it was enough to make Irma quit. Chapter 13, Fate of the Leonius Line. Lamplight danced on the high-quality vellum, tinting it with warm hues. Its similarly decadent siblings sat in an ornate box beside a sizable sofa. The room's walls were covered by shelves bursting with books. The private study resembled a combination of a small library and a compost bin. The floor was littered with previously read literature and recently finished food. Half-eaten deepeels rotted next to Beardbaron round caps. Moldy sponge fruit decorated the far corner alongside a jar of pickled onions. The couch at the center was connected to a small side table with a speaking tube. This silver cylinder stretched down to the servants' quarters on the lower floors. Occasional sounds from this tube rustled a suspended sheet of paper. As the page lowered, it revealed a plump face, a square nose, and a satisfied smile. Sighing contently, Vecker Leonius rolled up the parchment and tossed it over his shoulder. He relaxed and allowed his rotund form to sink into the luxurious sofa. The dwarf's wrinkled hands overflowed with rings, some fingers having bands on both sides of the middle knuckle. His clothing was made of overlapping cloth layers, a fine silk undershirt and an overshirt embroidered with gold thread. A custom-tailored coat was draped over the couch behind him. Small scales were sprinkled along this ochre coat's trim. Vecker relived the story scroll's plot, imagining himself experiencing romance and adventure in eastern lands. His daydreams were interrupted by a mumbling maid. "MGMHMH, sir, I think. HRSHHH, because dash." Vecker shouted in response, "Speak up. You know I haven't been able to hear well since the mine opening ceremony." "Sorry sir, I'm new. Damn gem founders let the place collapse with me inside. Then that orcish woman ran away with my spending money. Let me tell you, this is the greatest series of disasters I've experienced in my 315 years. A braided grey beard bristled with every word spewed from the dwarf's mouth. "Excuse me sir," attempted the maid meekly. "The money I lost this week could feed your demon brood for a year. Monstrous races are getting too bold. The praetor should drain the slum canals and torch their houses." Vecker added to himself, "Not that the heat would bother tieflings." "Excuse me sir," interjected the maid. "What? You've been summoned to the cistern." "About damn time. Why didn't you say sooner?" huffed the nobleman. The maid wringed her red hands nervously. Turning away pupilless eyes, she mumbled, Sir, I tried to use the speaking tube." He rose from his chair, throwing an ochre coat over his broad shoulders. "I can't hear a blasted thing you're saying. Don't you understand the common tongue?" The maid bowed her horned head. "I'm sorry sir." Vecker stomped past her. "Damned right, you're sorry. Sorry excuse for a maid." He pointed a pudgy finger at the tiefling girl before walking away. "How'd I get talked into hiring a demon? Best in town? Ha! She can't even follow basic directions." He sported a look of upset superiority as he walked through the halls of the Leonius estate. Other maids, mostly dwarves, stopped their work to bow as he passed. Pristine pickaxes and hammers adorned the hallway walls. They were broken up by the occasional painting depicting businessmen shaking hands. The only heir of House Leonius deserves better. Vecker laid a hand on an embellished railing and made his way down one step at a time. "I certainly don't deserve to take stairs like a peasant. In my own home, no less." He reached the bottom of the stairs where a maid met him with brand new cannabison boots. "Maybe I'll reopen negotiations with that technomancer. It can't possibly cost that much to install an amethyst lift." He shook his head as the boots were tied onto his feet. "No, there are better ways to spend money. Once the praetor approves the new operation, I'll hire my own author." He wiggled his ringed fingers gleefully. Vecker cut across an enormous ballroom. His wide body jiggled as he walked, occasionally grazing the pillars supporting the domed ceiling. When he reached the end of the room, he turned around to survey the scene. "You there?" A sheepish blonde maid crept toward her employer. Vecker rested one of his rings on a white stone embedded in the wall. The ballroom fell into a cold darkness as the 6 chandeliers were extinguished. "Change those candles before I return from the cistern. I expect I'll have cause for celebration, so this room better not be shabby." "Yes sir," she replied meekly, nodding. His thick finger jabbed at her. "Don't dare leave the ladder leaning against the wall. I've got standards to maintain." A short walk through another hallway led the dwarf to his front door. As the door swung open, Vecker heard a noise behind him. "Sir Leonius." "Excuse me, sir." The blonde maid from earlier trembled as he approached. You've received more mail fr from the Workers' Union." She pointed to a desk overflowing with envelopes. "What now?" "Oh, toss it in the fireplace. I'll thank them for keeping the house warm another day." "I don't." Vecker walked away, not hearing her protests. He left the building and was escorted to his private carriage. Behind him, the maids congregated. Their uniforms were simple, a long brown dress topped with an undyed apron. Their hair was tucked into utilitarian buns. "Well, he's gone. Should be a while too," started a dark-haired dwarf. The tiefling maid emerged from a nearby room. "You're lucky being dwarves. He treats me like trash and I just have to endure it." A redhead responded, "He treats us all poorly, dear." At least you can clean high-up spaces. She playfully elbowed the tiefling's calf. The blonde dwarf stepped forward. I think we're lucky to have these jobs. House Leonius is the biggest G-gear turning the wheels of trade. He's not here anymore, Han, you can relax. The red-headed dwarf patted her on the back. The tiefling's tail rapidly tapped the ground. Noble quarter paychecks keep us from brothels in the B, but I'd sooner work for any other house. The oldest maid twisted dark hair around her finger. Well, that's enough talking, girls. We've a lot of work to do. It'll take 2 to change the chandelier candles. And someone will have to clean the study. A distant scraping sound came from the upstairs. Cold tension cut through the conversation, freezing the maids in place. The redhead broke the silence. Sounds awful big for a rat. I hope he's not keeping exotic pets again. The dark-haired maid directed her co-workers up the stairs. All right, let's take care of this mess first. Vecker Leonius returned in the afternoon, enraged. Revoke my mining rights? How dare the praetor? I contribute to this city daily and he has the nerve to issue this? Vecker's complaints bounced off the domed roof as he stomped toward his favorite seat. Miners die every day. It's part of the job. Gods forbid someone works for a living. Vecker closed the room's single door behind him. He sat down heavily and pulled a blanket over his belly. Touching a red gemstone on his side table ignited the lamp that illuminated his study. He didn't notice the sound of a door creaking open. The businessman bellowed into the silver-speaking tube, "Leave dinner on the end table. I'm in no mood for more nonsense today. I have important documents to review." Vecker reached his pudgy fingers towards an ornate box beside his couch. Shiny hinges creaked as he removed the lid and pulled out a stack of papers. Each page danced with multicolor illustrations and swirling text. "Yes, important documents," murmured the dwarf, captivated by a new story. His mirth was interrupted by a spike of pain from his foot. Damnable rats. How often have I told those maids to not leave out food? Useless, all of them. Flailing his legs, Vecker scared away his attacker. Its furry body scurried across the room and toward the open door. It paused in the doorway to stare down the dwarf with empty blue eyes. Confident that the trouble had passed, the noble returned to his reading. Turning the pages, Vecker fell into another world. There was a ship at sea struggling to stay upright. The captain and crew scampered about the deck, desperately fighting the storm. Vecker could feel the sea spray tickle his toes. There was a smell of scorched wood as lightning struck the planks. Wind whipped his beard as storm clouds rumbled. After a moment, he realized that some of the rumbling was coming from his stomach. The head of House Leonius was brought back to reality in a rage. No dinner? Heads will roll. He put down the papers and changed his tune. Before him were 2 lines of small bodies. In the dim light, he noticed their humped backs were split between brown fur and cobalt scales. Unmoving, the rats watched the rotund man rise to his feet. Vecker walked carefully towards the exit, body wobbling from side to side as he attempted to avoid the vermin. He glanced back to find the rats following at a short distance. Sweat beaded on his broad forehead as he crept out his study. Spying a maid, Vecker charged forward, irate. What has this house come to? I don't pay you to comb your hair and look pretty. In response, the maid turned around slowly. Blue cracks littered her face. They flowed outward from 2 empty, deep blue eyes. Shocked, Vecker Leonius took a step backward and felt a scaly palm on the back of his neck. Chapter 14, Return to Cimasla. Pull the cloak over your horns, hissed Goal through her teeth. This stealth espionage thing is new to me. I'd prefer to talk it out, if that was an option. Takal flipped the hood over Phil's head. Focus. You must remember this area. It will serve as our rendezvous point. Overhead, a bridge dripped into the decommissioned canal splitting the residential area and the B. Since its abandonment, it had become a popular dumping ground for Cimasla's filth. Cuppy poked a gelatinous glob floating in a puddle of still water. She bent down and sniffed it with her broad nose. "Do you really think there's someone here who'd know where to find this guy?" Phil pulled her away from the puddle. "She's got a point. Maybe we should ask that informant of yours. Mother Mercy's got to know something about bureaucrats and barbarians skipping through the streets." Goal grinded her teeth. "Keep it down. I owe Mother Mercy too much already. I'm not returning without a full coin purse." Takal stepped away from the others. "Then it appears we can only depend on ourselves. We will interrogate Cimasla's citizens and return here at sunset." Climbing a mountain of refuse, she pulled herself onto Cimasla's stone streets. Phil was on her heels before she traveled 2 blocks. "Where are you planning to go? You're not exactly a social butterfly." "Be that as it may, I'm certainly better read than you." Takal pulled out a crumpled square of paper from her pocket. The gaudy text read, "Too broke for an information broker? Can't get your startup to start up? Visit Philosophical Business Consulting. 2 blocks southwest from the Industrial Commercial Canal mouth. Look for the large sign." "That's on the other side of Cimasla," argued Phil. "Let me investigate some leads along the way." Takal crossed her arms. "I suppose staying with me will prevent you from becoming lost." Phil pursed his lips. "PSSH. Today I'll prove my skills both as a navigator and a detective." The two blended into a small crowd as they crossed the long bridge separating the Bee and the Noble Quarter. They kept their heads down as they sneaked past patrolling guards. Phil guided them northward, passing several walled-off estates along the way. He stopped when they reached a meticulously landscaped hill. "If the cistern is Cimasla's heart, then UFF is the brain," said Phil, pointing at the building on the hilltop. The academy's stone walls gleamed blue in the midday sun. A white cobblestone path split the campus down the middle. The western wing had a rectangular footprint. 3 sharp-edged hexagonal towers rose from the rectangle. Each one was littered with windows and topped by a flat roof. The eastern wing, on the other hand, had a semicircular design. The rounded roof connected to a small number of towers. Each one appeared to be made from a series of stacked spheres. Spectral bridges could be seen stretching between the eastern and western towers. The architecture split symbolized the 2 schools of thought within the college. The rigid intellectual curriculum approached magic through formal study. Appropriately, their building was made of sharp angles. The curved building belonged to the inhibition curriculum, which approached magic in a more artistic, naturalistic way. The sloped grounds outside the building sported short grass. Dotted along the grounds were artistically trimmed bushes. Some were shaped like dragons while others appeared to be barbed marine mammals. Geometric shapes and tenured staff were also popular choices among the students who made them. Occasionally, latent magical energy in the air shot between the bushes in a stream of harmless sparks. At the base of the hill was a line of small, round stones. Their size and swirling pattern vaguely resembled a balled fist. Hundreds of these rocks touched end to end, encircling the campus. Signs warning of an invisible barrier were placed every few yards along the circumference. Takal tapped the side of her snout, contemplating. "The University of Flowing Form is difficult to enter. How do you propose we earn an audience?" Phil ducked into some nearby bushes. "We'll wait by the barrier and ambush anyone we see." Takal followed reluctantly. "Depending on the person, they may identify us and alert the guards. I recommend a different approach." "Too late, here's someone now." Phil dashed out of cover, pointing repeatedly. Oh, he looks like a professor, too." The tiefling's target wore the elaborate cerulean robes of a UFF professor. He was short in stature and topped with a full head of white hair. An equally white beard wreathed his jaw. The old man strolled absent-mindedly towards the university. His thoughts orbited around a recent delivery of delicacies waiting in his office. The Island of Delights is aptly named. Remove the pits and I can craft a fine olive boil. I could also introduce heat to that sunny sap to see how it affects its warming properties. Perhaps I can finally perfect my recipe for sweet and whiskey sour. But I must be careful to avoid the mistakes that led to theater popcorn. Bumping into Phil snapped him back to reality. I say, young man, are you alright? Can't remember there being a tiefling student. He extended a gnarled old hand. Call me Professor Nonetheless. His palm was grasped by two red hands. Phil replied while providing an overly vigorous handshake. Professor, please share your knowledge. My friend and I are hunting the Cimasla. Takal cringed as Phil glanced at the bushes. The Dragonborn stayed still, too embarrassed to engage in the conversation. After a moment of shock, Nonetheless responded, I can respect anyone who seeks knowledge, but I don't know much about the Cimasla. I do know he's got a nasty habit of appearing from thin air. He's also fond of reiterating the Praetor's priorities ad nauseum. Could he? Phil hesitated to interrupt, but interrupted nonetheless. Do you know the location of Cimasla Cudgel? Thankfully not, fired back the white-haired man. If I did know, I'd do everything in my power to avoid him. I heartily recommend you do the same. Well, attempted Phil. That stick in the mud is the worst Cimasla I've seen in my many years. He'd see me starve. Can't believe he denied my grant to study cherry potatoes and jumping spleens. Phil slowly backed away from the agitated academic. Then there was the argument about frozen rice cream. Oh, and the gentleman's ginger snail debacle. How could I forget turtle shells and cheese? Don't get me started on his opinion of peanut butter. 200 gold reward. Wanted, gold drunkerart Lux. Descriptions: Lux is a half-orc woman. She is 5 feet, 3 or 4 inches tall, heavy build, round forehead, red hair, hazel eyes, drab skin, and sports 2 tusks. Charges: wanted on multiple counts of burglary and armed assault, suspected in the disappearance of Cimasla Cudgel. Notice: by the authority of the Praetor and Council of Advisors, a reward of 200 gold pieces will be offered to the person or persons who deliver the criminal to the Cimasla Guard main station. Goal yanked out the crossbow bolt. The crudely drawn wanted poster fluttered down to the stone street. Maybe we shouldn't have bothered with disguises. Last I checked, my ears don't touch my eyebrows. Her thoughts were broken by a bolt grazing her ear. So you're the one tearing down my postings. A half-elf leaped down from a low rooftop. Her one-handed crossbow was pointed at the dwarf orc. Irma's eyes darted between Goal's cloaked face and the poster. Underneath the folds of the cloak, Goal's right hand moved toward her short sword. I'm just a lover of art. I'm collecting these delightful drawings. The words dripped with sarcasm as they fell from her dark lips. The half-elf sheathed her hand crossbow and walked towards Gol, keeping both open palms away from her body. Calm down, I'm not in the city guard. My name is Irma Autumnleaf. She stopped advancing when she noticed Goal backing away. I just want to know why. The dwarf orc beckoned with a tilt of her head. She slipped into an alleyway with Irma following behind. Goal removed her hood, exposing red hair to the damp air. Listen here. These posters are bunk. That rotten Cimasla double-crossed us. Her scowling stare bored holes in the half-elf. But you've got no reason to trust me. Not when authority's telling you something different. I believe you. Irma clenched her fist, drenching the distance with an expression of determination. How can I help? Nobody'd agree so quickly. What's your angle? Goal leaned forward, partially unsheathing a blade. Irma punched the alleyway's wall. Seething fury filled her, leaking from every inch of her face. I've seen what settles for justice in Cimasla. Probably looking to get my trust and turn me in for an easy 200 gold. Goal examined the half-elf, desperate for a twitch or other tell. To her dismay, she found only sincerity. That mind reader had to run off. Damn Phil. You're useless. I've got a lead on your keymaster. Irma took a step forward, lowering her voice. Goal stepped back in response. I think I saw him at the home of Vecker Leonius. You think? I'd rather not risk my life on a guess. I don't know if it's family history or business connections, but that dwarf has never paid a copper in taxes. I'm the only Cimasla tax collector who'd even bother to pay him a visit. Got through the gate on my authority, but I couldn't find a trace of him. Instead, I found someone who looked like Cudgel. Goal blinked one eye at a time. You're not exactly filling me with confidence. Irma thrust out her palm, causing Goal to tense. Wait. I know it was Cudgel. But I don't know what happened to him. He was monstrous. The half-elf looked self-conscious for a second. Sorry, I meant he was like a human thundercloud. Lightning shot out everywhere. Look. She pulled out a scorched hand crossbow. Look at what? The chunk of charcoal? This is my old crossbow. It got hit by a bolt of that blue lightning. Goal pulled on an earlobe, glowering. Okay, I'll take your tip, with a grain of salt. So you start tossing out those wanted posters. And you prove to me that these wanted posters are unwarranted. Deal? Irma extended her hand. Goal glanced down at the hand and backed out of the alleyway. Deal. An egg-shaped chicken shot out streams of fire in Cimasla's commercial district. This sculpture was carved from a carriage-sized chunk of yellow wood. It roosted atop a pub called the Burning Chicken. This two-story watering hole was sandwiched between a small bakery and bookstore. One would struggle to fit a feather in the gap between the buildings. The pub was distinguished from its neighbors by its age. The establishment had a frame of fresh timber. Newly whitewashed panels were slotted into this frame. Several gaps were left in the paneling to allow for large windows. The shingles on the roof were a bright, glossy burnt red. The second floor jettied out above the first, compensating for the limited footprint. It shared the same timber frame and white paneling of the first floor, but lacked windows. The Burning Chicken was constructed as a pet project for the significant other of an insignificant scarlet stone. An expert artist from the UFF's Inhibition course had been hired to do several carvings. The initiative also included hiring servers with foreign heritage. Day-to-day affairs were handled by a small group of employees who worked in shifts. The shift dragged on. In 3 hours, Kira only had one customer. As they left, she started to preen her fluffy ginger hair in a pocket mirror. After a few minutes, she glanced out the window hopefully, but the commercial district's enchanted timepiece confirmed that her shift was nowhere near done. The aquamarine water clock was far from striking the hour and her role at the Burning Chicken was far from glamorous. 2 patrons barged through the door, mid-conversation. Both wore dark cloaks, obscuring their bodies, however, their bombastic movements frequently betrayed these disguises. The red one said, "That's why we're here. Barkeeps are a great source of information. I can't imagine why they wouldn't help." The other one approached Kira and put a palm on the counter. Their gauntlet's metal plate reflected light from the fireplace. The Dragonborn opened her silver snout. "Can you tell me the whereabouts of Keymaster Cudgel?" Sneaking around his bulky companion, the tiefling added, "Or maybe you've seen a muscular man with a magic sword?" A tome was tucked under his arm. It was a sickly pale color somewhere between peach and green. The cover was made of a lumpy leather-like substance. Stains of various colors blotched its surface. A folded map appeared to serve as a bookmark. As its owner spoke, a single dark blob traveled down the book's spine and dripped onto the floor. The barkeep watched the floorboard start to corrode where the drop landed. A feathery soft palm pressed against the counter while impatient talons tapped the floor. Leaning closer, the server's sharp beak poked a red forehead. With a voice that could chill phoenix fire, she squawked, "We sell food here. Take your crazy questions elsewhere, you little nitwits." Kira rested a fist on her face and watched the two weirdos leave, dejected. The end of their conversation flew into the pub through one of its windows. Poor thing was so shy. I can tell. You read her mind, I presume, said a dwindling deep voice. Even better. I used my intuition. Intuition should tell you to put away your spellbook, if anyone saw. The voices faded into the distance. Kira took out a cloth and began cleaning tables. The new wood was wiped clean easily, doing nothing to engage or distract the barmaid. Good pay. Few customers. Easy work. Yup, everything I need to be bored out of my mind. She wrung out the rag into a bucket and dumped it down the privy before moving on to the next table. I could live without the embarrassing outfit. Her company clothes had frilly white sleeves and stockings. A faux armor chest piece and skirt were connected together by a series of straps. The uniform also included a round hat accented by a single baby roc's feather. Maybe I'll change out of this getup and see a play after work. A gentle ringing indicated a new customer. Kira turned to see the doorway's bird-shaped bell being jostled by the entrance of a white-haired man. She tucked the rag into a pocket and approached him. Speaking with all the excitement of a horse being introduced to a new glue recipe, she greeted him, "Hello, sir. How may I help you today?" The old man's cerulean robe was emblazoned with a wavy pattern. Occasionally, a dull speck of light would travel along the curves of the waves. Ah, yes. I am Professor Nonetheless, representing the esteemed University of Flowing Form's intellectual curriculum. I would like to extend an offer to this eatery. Kira snorted before providing a mechanical reply. I do not have authority to make alterations to our menu. Then allow me to leave this for when management returns. The old man dropped a pamphlet on the counter. It was filled with moving magical images. Some depicted steam rising from seafood. Others followed sauce being poured over pasta. Each one had a small caption below it, indicating its name. What do you call this thing? Cuppy asked. The gnome stared up at the dark olive carriage. Its utilitarian design showed little by way of embellishment. Four well-worn wheels supported a splintering chassis. A small step allowed access to the enclosed body. This differed from the driver's seat, which was exposed to the open air. At the front of the cart were two mottled gray horses. They were smaller and leaner than Cimasla's average workhorse. Plain leather bridles connected their heads to the tiny hands holding the reins. The hinfolk driver's skin had been dyed in tawny tones by her profession's outdoor work. Her thin face was home to two narrow eyes that appeared to be perpetually squinting. Curly brown hair cascaded down her short back. The cabbie stared down at the gnome. New to the city, huh? It's a coach carriage if you're being stuffy. You hop in the back and I take you places. For a certain price, that is. Cuppy balanced on a narrow carriage step. Using both hands, she pulled herself into the soft passenger seat. Extending her arms as long as possible, she grabbed the door and pulled it shut. After sliding into the middle of the seat, Cuppy introduced herself. "My name's Cuppy." "You got a name, ta chère?" "Laurette Pepel, or so my parents tell me." She looked back through a square hole that connected the driver's and passenger seats. Laurette only saw the top of her customer's head. "Sorry about the cab. Big folk love to forget about us when designing. Carpenters take care of the nobles first, so I'm stuck waiting for my refit." Cuppy leaned forward, allowing Slugsy to crawl to her other shoulder. "Well, ain't dat a low-day slime? What's so special about dem?" "Well, they've got money, for one. Some of them even sit on the Praetors' Council, making rules they don't have to follow. But I doubt you came to this city to hear about politics. Where are you headed? How's about you show me the sights?" Laurette sniffed. "I don't normally do tours, but it's a slow day." The horses circumvented Cimasla, crossing the bridges that separated each sector. The ride began in the residential area. "My gnome friend, this is the lifeblood, the beating heart of Cimasla. Her hand stayed on the reins, but her head made a wide sweeping motion. Cuppy scooched over to the passenger's door. Standing on the seat, she looked out the window. She saw a sea of humble houses, countless thatch roofs supported by walls of stone and mud. In the distance was a white tower just barely sticking out of a huge hole in the ground. The swamp druid asked, "Is dat dear tower de one? De heart a de city?" Laurette shook her head as she rounded a corner. No, no, that's just the place that sucks up tax dollars to pay people with funny clothes and big opinions. Cuppy tilted her head in confusion. Sorry, I forgot you were new, said the driver. That's the cistern, where they make laws. The real treasure here are these houses and the people in them. If it weren't for them, nobles and politicians wouldn't have anything to eat or anyone to wipe up after them. Sorry, political again. Next, Laurette drove them past the commercial district's outdoor markets and numerous storefronts. If you can't get it here, it ain't worth having. The hinfolk paused, allowing Cuppy to drink in the sights. The little shops have your clothes, your pastries, your utensils and your cleaning supplies. She chuckled quietly. But if you want good, fresh eats, the market is your place. You even find the occasional oddity from somebody cleaning out their house. How's 'bout dat big buildin', dear? The gnome's stubby finger pointed at an opulent building surrounded by marble columns. That's one of the Earthsalt's banks. No need to worry about them unless you've got a wagon of gold to start an account. She paused to chew out a private carriage that cut in front of her. Watch the wheels. We can't all afford our tortoise shells. Nobles, am I right? Her rage had simmered down by the time they crossed a bring into the next sector. Laurette pointed out Technomancer Gunther's facility towering over other workshops in the industrial sector. They're strange, all right. But they make some useful stuff. Best of all, most of it eventually gets into the hands of average schlubs like you and me. Cuppy leaned forward, causing her pet to slip slightly. What kinsa stuff they got? Laurette suddenly became sheepish. I don't really understand all the ins and outs of it, but they mix together magic and materials to make life really convenient. I got this tub of wax here that keeps my cab from rotting. Oh, and there's the magic gemstones. Schmucks like us can only afford one in their lifetime. But they do everything from start fires to record sounds. Some time was spent admiring the University of Flowing Form atop its hill in the Noble Quarter. The smartest people in the city are up there, and some of the dumbest too. They usually keep away from common folk, which I can appreciate. They crossed the bridge to the B. Without a word, the coach driver sailed through. Run-down shacks and seedy bars blew by in the blink of an eye. In the back of the carriage, Cuppy slid around, leaving a trail on the seat. A knife flew past the carriage as the horses galloped by. The passenger piped up, "What about that place? I think I was dear earlier. Don't recommend going back." Laurette slowed the horse's gait as she crossed the bridge into the residential area. That's the B, calling it a slum would be generous. The hinfolk leaned through the square hole in the divider to deliver her next insight. Listen, the guys at the top have stiffed us workin' folk, sure. But those people, they haven't had a lucky day in their lives. Makes them awful jumpy. Cuppy reflected on the trip. Ain't a whole lot of plants around. Animals neither. Laurette trotted around the humble houses of the residential area, making her way back to their starting point. You're more likely to see a fish fried on a plate than swimming in the canals. Cimasla's a modern city, so it lacks rustic charm. You can be sure that I've seen enough oddballs in the job to yearn for the country life. What soits do you get? Recently, there was this servant. He wouldn't stop complaining. He went on and on about having to carry some bleeding muscle man. The strangest part was that he hauled the guy to the industrial sector. Thought it was funny because they're known for fixing up gemtech, not people. Cuppy patted Slugsy with 2 fingers, making a mental note of what she just heard. Laurette snapped out of her story suddenly. Hey, I never asked why you're visiting the city. Little ol' me? I'm just looking for a lost friend. The small establishment was built from dingy gray blocks. It sat on a commercial district corner southwest of Cimasla Center, overlooking the cistern. A large sign atop the building was pinned to the pointed roof by 3 nails. It appeared to have been cobbled together from a patchwork of broken pieces. 2 cloaked individuals strained to decipher the business's name. I believe it says philosophical. Business. Consulting, said Takal without a hint of confidence. Phil squinted. No. It actually says Philip's Building of Accounting. Before Takal could respond, the tiefling pushed open the door and announced, Where's Philip? They were greeted by the disinterested gaze of a fuchsia-haired woman. She leaned on the countertop, casually flipping through a novel. Great, more tax collectors. That brother of mine's using fake names again. The shop's main room was covered with cupboards and shelves, some freestanding and others built into the walls. One half of this storage space was dedicated to cosmetology. There were neat stacks of scissors, soaps, and dyes. Mixed in were some sewing supplies and reference books. The other half overflowed with junk. Cracked jars were piled on top of incomplete puzzles. Dirty bookshelves were filled with cheap-looking novels and step-by-step guides. This clutter spilled out onto the ground in places, reducing the floor space in an already small room. A man's confident voice echoed from the back room, Sister, this is the one. This is my last line of business. Pulling out a piece of paper, the beautician turned around to face the doorway behind her. I'm going to record you saying that, Brian. How many times have you said? I said what I said, and meant what I said when I said it. I'm not that man anymore. A human with untamed brown hair stepped into the room. Oh, customers. Welcome. Takal bowed slightly, removing her hood. Greetings, merchant. Good to see you again, my adventurous friend. Sad to say, the Draenard Emporium was shut down by the Praetor's Council. I figured those wanted posters of you were the results of similar red tape. It appears you sell information now. With a quick nod of his head, Brian confirmed, Yes, that's right. I primarily focus on supporting the commercial district. Phil stepped forward and shrugged. You wouldn't happen to know where we can find Keymaster Cudgel, would you? Brian's eyes rolled upward as he searched his thoughts. Not that I remember. Unfortunately, my work hasn't expanded into politics yet. He raised an index finger. But, we have branched into meteorology. He fanned out his fingers in the direction of his sister. She responded, It should rain this week. Brian skipped across the room and threw open the front door. It revealed clear skies. It's not raining. Miffed, his sibling slammed the countertop. I was just looking at the Druid's forecast. Well, look at the 5cast next time because you're not measuring up. Brian paced angrily around the room, waving a hand in the air. How will residents know when to tend crops if you can't tell them when rain will start or stop? Brother, you think of new ways to aggravate me every day. That's right. Nobody thinks about you as much as I do, countered Brian. Neither one noticed their visitors leaving. Takal pulled her hood back over her head. My apologies. I expected more. That endeavor was unfortunately fruitless. It's not like any of my ideas led anywhere either. Phil started down the stone road. Noticing Takal standing still, he beckoned, It's getting late. Let's go back to the bee and break the bad news. Keeping their heads down and their hoods up, they made their way back to the rendezvous point without incident. When the two arrived, they found their druid feeding her slug a wilted leaf. Goal was nowhere to be found. A drop of water fell from the bridge overhead. It curved its way around Phil's horns before dropping to the ground. The red light of the setting sun barely touched the gutter canal's floor. Takal and I searched all day. We may have to visit Mother Mercy after all. Phil folded his arms, head hung low. I'm inclined to agree. Our targets may have already left Cimasla. Takal mirrored Phil's dejection. Cuppy leaned her tiny back against a grimy wall. Well, tea kettle, if I ain't got no FAUs. Phil and Takal leaned down, curiosity in their eyes. The gnome waved them away. Don't you get a hiata yourself, der. Yous two are gonna have to wait fair mugsy. Cuppy flicked her wrist and Phil's smirk was wiped away by a cloud of gnats. Crab cake, don'tcha go rootin' round my head, neither. Might as well be ready for when we rescue Roran. The tiefling took out his spellbook to pass the time. There's that spell from before. It won't seal wounds, but with a little creativity, I could use it to keep someone safe. A small splash marked Goal's return. I've got our key master. He's hiding in the noble quarter. Seems like Cudgel's spending his time at the Leonius estate. The Leonius estate? Phil's attention was torn away from his tome. I guess Cimasla's keymaster really does go wherever he wants. Ain't dat a humdinga? You did good, Mugsy. You did good. Cuppy paced into the middle of the group. Ma turn. There's a storage booze in the industrial sector. But it ain't used fa storin' goods. Betcha can't guess who's trapped in deer. I'll give ya a hint, yus know but I ain't neva laid eyes on Phil kneeled and grabbed her collar, fingers slipping slightly. Roran was thrown in some warehouse. We've got to save him first. Takal's clawed hand pulled Phil from the gnome and back onto his feet. Tyalaga's avatar must be confronted immediately. I will not fail again. Goal stepped in between them. She pointed a finger first at Phil and then Takal. You two would be wandering the streets if it weren't for me and Cuppy. Neither of you have a say in where we go next. Paladin and Warlock watched helplessly as the other two had a private discussion. Slapping her thigh, Goal announced, we've made a decision. Roran first. We need all the help we can get to storm a noble house. Phil hopped with excitement. Takal begrudgingly agreed. Chapter 15, Attack on House Leonius. The cell reeked of rotting flesh and untreated wounds. The previous occupants decayed quietly in a corner while the current resident curled up on the floor. Dried blood and bruises decorated his skin. As the door opened, he coughed out, throw me to the wolves. They'll be more gentle with me. I've seen what you do to wolves. Phil quipped. Roran's high-pitched voice squeaked with relief as he awkwardly rose to his feet, helped by Phil. Please don't touch this arm. Phil's pupil-less eyes examined the cause of his concern. Roran's left arm was unrecognizable. The flesh was warped and ruptured, leaking a deep blue mist. Skin gave way to scales at his bicep. They started sparse but became more plentiful closer to his fingers. Roran's left hand ended in a mass of sharp spikes that jutted out from his fingertips and knuckles like a melted morning star. Takal was inflamed, the untreatable toxin of Tyalaga. We must stop the source. Roran brushed aside Phil and stood unsteadily. Forget the arm. Heal these wounds so we can stand together. He leaned against the wall to support himself. Goal grimaced. This is no time for pride. I thought I had lost you once more, young lord. Roran's gaze pierced Phil. Let this noble beast hunt again. My captor will be my prey. A silver palm swiftly slapped the barbarian. Takal reprimanded, your determination is admirable, Roran, but I won't allow you to steal my quarry. Her hands firmly gripped his shoulders. Gold light gently traveled down the dragonborn's arms and coursed across Roran's body. Great Golden Father, Oromud, hear your paladin. Reverse this damage and halt Tyalaga's dark influence. Fresh injuries shrank gradually. Closed wounds and old bruises slowly faded from view. The blue scales, however, remained. Takal held firm, but the glow faded. This is all I can do for you. Amputate the arm and live a peaceful life, if an inhibited one. Cuppy slid into the cell and ran a slimy finger along Roran's afflicted arm. "Don'ta get ahead of yourself, tea kettle. Beast meat here, LL be alright." Bewildered, Roran looked down at the gnome. "A friend?" he coughed. "Of a friend? Dat's right. Don'cha worry. Gimme a week and I'll get dem spikes under control." Phil laid a hand on Roran's shoulder. "Cuppy here can amplify natural healing. It's slow, but it'll work wonders." "Nonsense," huffed Takal. "Dragon blight cannot be healed. The best anyone could manage is slowing its advance. Couldn't hurt to try." Phil flinged a few gold coins at Cuppy. "We'll meet you at the Burning Chicken next week. That'll give Roran time to recover and learn about our escapades." Takal snorted at the tiefling. "Why a pub of all places?" Phil shook his head, grinning. "The downstairs is a pub but they run an inn on the second floor." Goal added, "I'll bet some wobbly regulars would rather pay to stay the night than risk a walk home. Not to mention," Phil continued, "the server there is sweet on me. She's shy but I can tell." The Dragonborn discreetly whispered to Cuppy, "I recommend avoiding any mention of us, if possible." The Leonius estate consisted of a single palatial house. 4 square towers flanked a rounded roof. A painted stone wall surrounded the grounds, which included a modest garden. The wall was adorned with swirls of gold and depictions of battle. Halberds stretched across several stones to impale orcs. Hand axes sailed across the stonework, hurtling towards lines of red-skinned demons. "Well, he's certainly not looking to be buddies with anyone from the Bee." Phil inspected the mural with the aid of moonlight. Goal put the back of her hand against Phil's chin and forced him to look upward. "That's what you should be worried about, gargoyle statues. Even if we climb the wall, they can throw up a barrier or cue an alarm. Something you know from personal experience, I assume?" Takal condescended. Goal waved a flask of lamp oil in the Dragonborn's face. "I also know how to work around them." The dwarf orc sailed upward with a series of careful moves, her feet catching nearly imperceptible cracks between the stones. In a matter of seconds Goal was level with the gargoyle statues. "A little oil in the eye should give us a quarter hour." She uncorked the flask, splashing dark liquid on each statue's peridot orbs. After all gemstone eyes were covered, she dropped down the opposite side of the wall. The main gate creaked open to reveal the Leonius estate's garden. In its center was Joelle, grinning with her fists on her hips. Claustrophobic hallways quickly gave way to an opulent ballroom. Towering white pillars held up a domed ceiling. Ornate carvings decorated the railings of the second-floor balcony. 6 chandeliers hung overhead, coated in wax from burned-out candles. "Mind your greed, thief," Takal chastised, unprompted. Goal shrugged and shook her head. "This noble house has caused me enough trouble recently." She froze in place, throwing out both arms to prevent her teammates from advancing. A shuffling sound emerged from the gloom. The source slowly came into focus, a massive, wobbling body. A single scaly arm dominated a third of its bulk. Claw-like nails pulled the beast forward in lurching movements. The remaining body was split between a rounded torso and a sharp snout. A hairy alligator-like head scraped sideways along the ground as it moved. 3 deflated humanoid limbs dangled behind the creature. The rotund core was an amalgamate of dragon and human skin. Pointed blue scales covered its undercarriage and jutted upwards along the sides like a water lily. A canopy of fatty human flesh topped the body. Tyalaga's tainted. "We mustn't be distracted by this minion. Strike at the source of this dragon blight." Takal turned back towards the hallways. Phil shouted after her, "Hey, wait. This thing could really hurt somebody." Takal found a stairwell and leaped up 2 steps at a time. "I won't let Cudgel escape me again. Just you, me, and Ugly now." Goal pulled out both swords. "I prefer this guy. He's twice as scaly and half as preachy as our normal dragon. Goal kicked off the ground, zipping toward the monster. Traveling clockwise, she approached the side without a draconic arm. The creature reached over its own body in an attempt to attack. Vaulting off of scaly skin, the dwarf orc weaved gracefully through fingers the size of table legs. She hit the ground and found titanic jaws closing around her. Both blades stabbed at the soft inside of its mouth, one hit the roof to her left and the other impaled a tongue to her right. Rows of sideways teeth clattered against her short swords as she strained to keep the jaw from snapping shut. As Goal struggled against the saliva-laden walls, she spoke over her shoulder. "If it's not a huge bother," her tone shifted to a scream, "I could use some magical assistance here." Phil took his tome out of his bag, shaking a hand when its leaky binding left residue on his glove. I think I've got one that'll do the trick." He flipped to a familiar page and raised his head to shout, "Okay, get back here." "Gladly." Goal pulled her arms inward, disengaging the monster. She leapt backward, skidding to a stop next to the warlock. "So what's your plan?" Phil began a lengthy incantation. He slowly stepped backward as the dragon-blighted creature crawled closer. Goal followed Phil's footsteps, occasionally taking a nervous peek over her shoulder. "I hope this spell is a real flashy one because we're almost up against the wall," Phil finished with a flourish, reaching out and touching Joel. "What was that supposed to do?" she asked, pointing at the tiefling. To her surprise, she saw him clearly through her own hand. Phil stared over Goal's right shoulder. "You'll become visible after a single impact. You got only one attack, so make it count." Goal shouted, "Keep it busy," and disappeared with the sound of rapid footfalls. Phil interlocked his fingers, focused arcane energy. "I've got an idea that'll keep him busy, but I don't know if it'll even work on this thing." "Well, I know a way to find out." He reached out his mind, sending a message of peace into the monster's brain. The return message was a cacophony of sound and color. A lifetime of memories flowed into Phil in an instant: swashbuckling storybooks, incompetent housekeepers, business dealings, political donations, and failed ventures. The last thing he felt was unbelievable suffering and a desire to end that pain. "Yeah, it's a person," was a person. "Then this'll work." Phil began another elaborate incantation. He slowly strafed the creature in a half-circle, attempting to keep it at a distance. Finishing the chant, he cast the spell with an apology. "I'm sorry, but the kindest thing I can do for you is stop your suffering." The monster froze in place. It blinked slowly, struggling to move itself. Its jaw and arm wiggled as it resisted the hold. Phil drew his hands close to his body, mustering his concentration. One hand clutched his head as he wrapped his thoughts around the enormous sphere of suffering that was the creature's mind. "Joel, whatever you're doing, hurry up." Overwhelmed by the exertion, the dragon-blighted broke from Phil's spell. Released from its mental shackles, it clawed toward the tiefling frantically. The beast's right cheek bounced on the floor with each lunge forward, its gelatinous top wobbling unsteadily while in motion. The smell of the monster's breath made Phil's hair stand on end. No time to cast another spell. He looked to either side, alarmed to find himself backed into a corner. Golden eyes snapping wide open, the warlock roared, "Get back!" Suddenly the beast froze, shuddering from an unseen force. Phil's spellbook fell to the floor as the shine from his eyes enveloped his body. Slowly, the monster retreated, pushing itself backward with one massive arm. In the next moment, there was the clang of a breaking chain. A chandelier fell, piercing the monster's fleshy top. After it struck, the dwarf orc grabbing the chain phased into view. Fountains of blue-white blood and pus erupted from the open wound. The beast thrashed wildly before going limp. Goal jumped off the chandelier and started to clean off the gunk. She answered Phil's startled stare with a nonchalant tone. "You told me to make it count." He threw her a handkerchief. "I don't want to sound ungrateful, but you took your sweet time." Would have helped if you kept the creature from moving around. If you had a spell to control it, you should have used it sooner. That wasn't a spell. Phil mumbled to himself, I don't know what that was. Cudgel lifted the war pick above his head. Its spike was long and curved, resembling a fang. He brought the weapon down on the table, piercing the maid's shoulder. The wound it left did not bleed. Instead, a blue light rippled from the opening, forming cracks in her pale skin. Another failure. The success rate is lower than expected. Cudgel stared into the blue void of the maid's eyes. I need a breakthrough. At this pace, I'll be walking on all fours before I have a sapient servant. The keymaster pinched himself in frustration. The small chamber around him was littered with dragon-blighted corpses. Wooden tables were filled with notes and precision tools, forceps, scalpels, tweezers, and scissors. A balcony in the back provided an outlet for the latent magic in the air. Only a few weeks and the dragon blight has advanced so far. He lifted a hand into his field of vision, rotating it slowly. My years of faith are being rewarded, perhaps all too quickly. The sound of heavy footfalls caused Cudgel to turn around. Fiend, face me! Takal shouted into the room. Slave of Oromut, you've returned. Cudgel tossed aside the maid's corpse with one clawed hand. Jagged blue bat wings unfolded behind the keymaster. The ends were tipped with horn-like protrusions that danced with lightning. Below them was a scaly reptilian tail. Sharp rows of spines shot out from both sides of the extra appendage. A current coursed between these spines, traveling to the tail's tip before returning. The rest of his body resembled a blue dragonborn. Patches of scales covered him from head to toe. He stood on two thick legs that ended in clawed feet. His human face had stretched into a short snout and sharp teeth lined his mouth. Takal observed Cudgel's new form and growled, Chromatic dragon. I'll slay you and all your kind. Now. Dragonkind doesn't need more violence. It needs unity. You'd achieve this by creating monsters? By creating more of myself. I already know 4 others that succeeded. We are blessed by Tyalaga to bring together all dragons, regardless of their scales. Takal readied her Morningstar and shield for battle. I'll expunge all traces of Tyalaga, including your twisted siblings. I'm only as twisted as you are, a warrior dedicated to killing her own kind. We are not of the same stock. Tainted dragon blood courses through your veins. My lineage is that of divine Oromut. Cudgel's blue hand balled into a fist. You wear your shackles so well. I'd prefer Dragonborn put their power to better use than genocide. If you truly care about dragonkind, drop your pledge to a false god and join me. I will endure no more blasphemy. Takal's grip tightened on her Morningstar's wooden handle. I take no stock in your god. Her many mouths say many things. One head speaks of unity, and another of freedom. The third laughs as the remaining 2 burn my heritage and reconstruct it in sin. She raised her Morningstar in front of her chest. I walk with Oromut, so I am just. By this oath of vengeance, you shall die. Oromut's paladin charged forward, shield raised. Cudgel countered with a whip of his spiked tail, knocking Takal's shield away. It slid across the floor and disappeared under a pile of dragon-blighted corpses. He followed with a downward swipe of his claw. Takal sidestepped the strike and pulled the Morningstar over her opposite shoulder. She released the built tension, rocketing the spiked ball toward Cudgel's chest. It struck with a deafening thud. She looked down to survey the damage. Cudgel's clothes were untouched, his chest unscathed. The Morningstar's head was held in place by scaly blue fingers slipping between the spikes. With a savage roar, Cudgel wrenched the weapon downward. Splinters filled the air as the wooden shaft shattered. I'll return Oromut's severed head to Tyalaga, and dragonkind will be better for it. A massive horizontal swing of the Warpick's hammer followed Cudgel's statement. The back of his weapon caught Takal below the ribs. Cudgel brought his free hand to the shaft and, with redoubled force, cast away the silver dragonborn. Takal crashed into a wooden work table, shattering it. Scissors and scalpel stuck in her back through the gaps in her splint mail. Slowly rising to her feet, Takal removed the tools. By the name of the Golden Father, you are only the first head of Tyalaga that I will sever. She began to inhale heavily. I'll stem the tide of dragon blight. Frigid winds shot from the silver dragonborn. Cudgel mimicked her moves, leaning forward and opening his mouth. The electricity crackling across his body coalesced around his open jaw. Bolts leapt from one sharp tooth to the next before shooting toward Takal in a narrow beam. A gentle sizzle preceded a thunderous boom. Intertwined streams of electricity radiated from Cudgel's mouth. They bored through her frigid breath, striking Takal. Energy arced across the metal plates of her armor, heating them. Her silver scales cooked inside the armor. Cudgel watched the electricity swarm around the silver dragonborn. She screamed in pain and crumpled on the floor. Warpick in hand, he walked over to the unmoving body. Queen of 5 colors, let this be another step toward uniting dragonkind. Cudgel examined Takal's splayed-out body. With sinister precision, he thrust the warpick downward. The tip cut through the air, falling towards Takal's unmoving body. The weapon was halted midway. A silver hand wrapped around the tip, struggling to hold it in place. Her other hand punched furiously, but futilely, at Cudgel's leg. Takal's mind raced. She pored over her past, desperate for a path to victory. She found inspiration in memories she'd rather forget. With the guile of a rat from the bee, she placed her palm on top of the warpick's head and pushed. The handle shot from Cudgel's grasp and into his gut. Suddenly winded, he dropped the weapon. Takal rose with the warpick in hand. Her arm rotated clockwise, lending momentum to an upward strike. The warpick's hammerhead struck Cudgel's jaw from below. He stumbled back, clutching his closed jaw. Upon opening his mouth, teeth fluttered down like falling snow. Oromut's paladin noticed the morning star between herself and Cudgel. The shaft was a mess of splinters on the floor. The head, however, was intact. Sweeping the warpick along the floor, Takal caught the Morningstar's head. A deafening clang rang out as the hammerhead hit the spiked ball. It sailed across the room and dug into the keymaster's chest. Cudgel was knocked backward onto the balcony. He grabbed the railing to steady himself. Takal took slow, deliberate steps forward. A short spell engulfed the warpick in shimmering golden light. She splayed open her left hand, steadying her aim. Her right hand raised the shining warpick. The weapon struck his chest like an armorsmith against an anvil. The shattered scales shot out a cyclone of lightning. Turning the handle, she landed a blow with the pointed end, punching a hole through Cudgel's body. Stepping back, Takal watched him desperately reach for the key ring. Hooking it with the warpick, she removed the option of retreat. Your god has obscured your reality, just to make you a better killer. Cudgel convulsed violently as arcane energy seeped from the hole in his chest. Takal stared, unblinking, until she confirmed the keymaster's dying breath. She retrieved her shield and the Morningstar's head before returning to his body. The Dragonborn pressed a palm against his chest, feeling the absence of a heartbeat. Oromut, grant gentle repose to those afflicted by this dragon blight. She was several minutes into a lengthy prayer when a gauntlet dragged her away. Chapter 16, Just Desserts. The trio was ushered out of the Leonius estate by a wave of cistern sentries. They reunited at the Leonius estate's garden, where they were pushed in front of a middle-aged man. His ginger hair glowed in the rising sunday. He wore an oversized purple robe marked by tan embroidery depicting a jar breaking the waves of a stormy sea. Practical clothes could be seen underneath the robe's folds. The robed man stepped forward, wringing his hands together. Please wait while I determine what you've done. With a simple hand gesture, he directed the troops to surround the three in a wall of armor. Another wave of his hand sent a separate group of sentries into the estate. The circle of soldiers held firm for nearly an hour, so the party got comfortable. Phil attempted to mind-read the watching guards. He found their thoughts thoroughly unpleasant. Most were a mix of confusion, anger, and self-righteousness. One was daydreaming about a house of ill repute in the B, mortified by the sights and sounds. He shut his mind and opened his spellbook. Gol sat on the stone street, holding her shoe in one hand. The other hand violently slapped the sole, forcing hardened gunk to fall out. "How long's it been?" Phil looked up from his tome. "Can't see the commercial district's timepiece, but based on the sky, I'd say roughly an hour." He peeked over his shoulder to see how Takal was spending the time. The Dragonborn was polishing a new weapon with a piece of cloth. Its thick metal handle fit comfortably in her hand. The weapon's top was divided into two sides, one had a hefty hammer, and the other ended in a long, hooked spike. Phil inched closer and inquired, "Where'd you get the new weapon?" Takal stuffed the cloth into her backpack. "This is one of 3 trophies I wrested from the corpse of the Keymaster." She swept the circle of sendies with a furious glare. "Were it not for this interruption, I would have cleansed our drop world of cudgels experiments as well." Gol awkwardly rolled over and waggled a filthy shoe at the two. "Keep it down." She looked up at the unmoving barrier of armored bodies. Lowering her voice, she finished, "They're searching that place for evidence. Here's an idea, maybe don't go shouting about new weapons." Phil adjusted his volume and asked, "Well, it is one nasty souvenir. I can't begin to imagine the things that Warpick's done." Takal gently rolled the metal handle in her palm. "It's a superb conduit for Oromut. I believe I've purified it, and you've got the nerve to call me a thief." Piling on more mockery, Gol added, "Now your righteous god's teachings cover wielding Tyalaga's torture tool. I am certain I walk a righteous path. Your insults don't hit hard enough to faze me. Then I'll have to start hitting harder." Gol put her shoes on and turned her back to Takal. She started rooting through her sack. "Finally, a chance to check my spoils from Moss." She unrolled a leather belt of pouches and flipped them open one at a time. Dull caltrops, useless. Slimy bolus, gross. Lamp oil, fine. A few acid flasks, nice. I've reached my verdict. The ironclad human wall parted, revealing the robed man. Ripples of purple cloth danced as he approached. "The city of Cimasla thanks you for your efforts." Extending an arm, the red-haired man shook each of their hands in turn. As he did, the 3 were buffeted by the loose sleeves of his violet cloak. "By order of the cistern, you'll each be given a small sum of gold. Also, your criminal records will be expunged." Takal stepped forward, causing the ring of guards to tense. "Who are you to speak with such authority?" "My name is Egavar, and I serve as the praetor of Cimasla, the free-flowing city. I'm not fond of public appearances, so please excuse my late introduction." Takal and Gol bowed slightly. Phil performed a curtsy. "Of course, the events in House Leonius must be kept confidential. I'm lacking a keymaster, so I only have one recourse in the event of an information leak." A broad sweep of his hand indicated the small army of cistern sentries gathered around them. His baggy robe fluttered as his arms returned to his side. Phil piped up, "Excuse me, Praetor Egavar. I'd like to make a request." The red-haired man stared at the tiefling, waiting with an inscrutable look on his face. "Well, I'd love to examine the magic jewels of the cistern." The praetor's eyes narrowed as he focused on Phil. "Those gemstones are used for water purification and other essential infrastructure. I hope you understand the magnitude of your request. I'm asking to investigate a sensitive piece of technomancy at this city's core." I wasn't expecting a yes, but I had to ask while I had the chance. Phil sagged with disappointment. Ivagar paced in front of the 3, tapping his scruffy chin with an index finger. He abruptly turned on his heel in front of the warlock. "I will personally escort you, and you alone." A jolt of jealousy shot through Gol, causing her to playfully punch Phil's side. "You rascal. Looks like your quest is coming to an end." Takal laid 3 claws on his shoulder. "Well done. As Oromut teaches, just actions will be rewarded." She removed her hand and turned away. "I will go to the burning chicken and report our victory." "Have fun with that." Gol flicked Takal's snout. "As soon as I get that gold, I'm visiting Mother Mercy. I'll pay her back for the travel gear and then some." As the cistern sentries dispersed, the 3 went their separate ways. Takal took steps toward the commercial district while Gol bounced toward the beak. Phil and the Praetor made their way to Cimasla Center. "I know I'm a charmer, but why did you agree to this?" Phil asked, staring into the dark pit in front of him. Praetor Egavar beckoned him closer. "As an apology for my administration's incompetence. I also wanted to interview you in place of a proper interrogation." Strolling closer, the warlock wondered aloud, "What do you need me for?" "For ages, Keymasters kept the peace from the Praetor's shadow. But Cudgel kept me in the dark about his worship of Tyalaga and his personal plans. I wouldn't have granted him this position if I wasn't certain of his commitment to Cimasla. What cause could be so important that he'd dabble in dragon blight?" Phil stared into the sky. "I don't know. There was no love lost between him and Takal." I can't think of anything else." "I know you're being truthful, so I won't subject you to cerebral interrogation." He added to himself, not that it'd be possible without the Keymaster's facilities. The Praetor surveyed the space between the city streets and the central tower of the cistern. "But if something does occur to you, I recommend contacting my office immediately." Ivagar silently pulled a circular charm from his pocket. It was inlaid with 5 yellow-green gemstones. He pushed it forward slowly, illuminating an invisible bridge. Seeing this, Phil's curiosity got the better of him. He reached into the Praetor's mind to learn some of the cistern's secrets. His thoughts rebounded rapidly, returning to his own head painfully quick. Praetor Ivagar swept a hand forward, indicating they should advance. As they walked, he spoke while still staring straight ahead. "It's fairly common knowledge that this seal allows entry to Cimasla's governing facility. Though few are foolish enough to attempt to steal one. But I, Phil, attempted. To answer your other question, I was a weaponsmith before I took this position." Inside the tower, chambers dotted the walls. In some, politicians scribbled feverishly. Others were overflowing with scrolls. Some even housed janitorial and custodial supplies. Phil watched these rooms and many more pass by as the enchanted elevator descended steadily. 4 pillars of purple light illuminated from the corners of its rectangular base. "Magical gem storage is on the lowest level," noted the Praetor. "It is one of the oldest sections of Cimasla's central tower." With a sudden thud, the platform stopped. The 2 stepped into a circular room. The curved walls were lined with a library of magical gems. They stretched along the circumference of the room and several yards upward. A ludicrously long ladder was set into a track on the floor. Together the stones shone with a kaleidoscope of light. Sockets in the walls were crammed with rubies, sapphires, peridots, aquamarines, topaz, and many, many more. There were a variety of shapes as well: teardrop, square, circular, oval, conical, and triangular. Ivagar interrupted Phil's wonderment. "When you're done, climb on the lift and press the stones labeled 4-1-3F. He waved limply at a gargoyle in the center of the room. "I advise against exploring other floors or removing gems without permission." Phil traveled the rounded walls, holding one hand on his horn. His free hand had swept across several thousand magic gemstones. After a sleepless night, he had nothing to show for his efforts. Hours. Hours of mind-numbing, excruciating work, thought Phil, and he rode the elevator upward. All for nothing. Not a shake, not a sound. Maybe I'll join Roran. It won't help with the stone, but at least I'll learn about my family. Phil's horns began to vibrate. The shaking was intense enough to knock the tiefling off his feet. This sensation was accompanied by a violent ringing inside his head. On the floor he screamed from the pain. Suddenly, everything went dark. Takal flung open the doors to the pub. Inside, Kira heaved a sigh. She spoke in a stale monotone, "Welcome to the burning chicken. Can I interest you in our soup of the day?" Her searing gaze swept the potential customer. "Oh, it's you. Here to ask more pointless questions?" "I am not here for information or indigestion," replied the Dragonborn. "I believe my party has reserved a room." The hostess put an elbow on the counter, supporting her beak with a cupped hand. "Oh yeah, slimy and mussels. Up the stairs, second door on the left." Takal made her way up the steps, glancing occasionally at the pub's decorations. The walls were covered with portraits of the founder, a business gnome distantly related to the Bitterbricks. Handwritten recipes were also posted throughout the building without a discernible pattern. The occasional wooden carving of a chicken could also be found on banisters and doorframes. Locating the room, she raised a fist to knock. Takal suddenly felt something sharp on her upper arm. Turning her head slowly, she was horrified to see a scaly blue hand resting on her shoulder. "My child, you're not thinking straight. Have a snack and collect your thoughts." With a clap, Mother Mercy called in her daughters Audra and Grace. Audra's muddy boots left marks on the clean floor. She stared with glassy eyes as her parent instructed her, "Be a dear and make some pastries." She went into a nearby door and returned in a flash of orange light. A tray was set down on the end table of the smoky room. Audra sat down along the wall, opposite her sister. Goal recognized the spiced spirals. "I'm not hungry," whined the dwarf orc. Mother Mercy uncrossed her legs and then recrossed them. "You've picked up some dead weight on your search for valuables. All that effort, all that money, all that trust invested in these two. Didn't one brag about slaying a town full of goblin thieves?" "My dear, that could have been you." Goal fidgeted in her seat. I don't really trust them. Just an act to keep their guard down, yeah." A dark-gloved hand picked up a confection and twirled it between long fingers. "Sad to think they could turn on you at any moment. Interests aligned in the past, but there's no guarantee it'll continue. Soon enough, you'll be left alone, penniless and unwanted. You'll crawl back to me and beg for another chance, just like you did before. Maybe you're right. One of them wants me dead and the other is as fickle as a feather tail. I should act before they have a chance to betray me. Of course I'm right." Mother Mercy pushed the tray to Gol, who reluctantly took a pastry. Mother knows best, after all. End of Part 1.